Good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature, and we are currently here in Okakuyo, and you are joining myself, Alex, here in Etosha this morning, and presently joined by one lone zebra, and it looks like some approaching impala. Did have some audio of the brindled gnu just now, a little bit overcast, and some lovely bird chorus I'm sure we can listen out for. Of course, if you have joined us, this is a live and interactive experience, so please do make sure that you send through your questions, your comments, points of interest, things you would like to know. It's always fantastic when we get to interact with you guys, as well as share anything as well. So please do get those through. And as I said, some black-faced impala, one lone zebra at the waterhole currently, joined by a harem that is approaching. Looks like a little foal with them too. Grebe as well, scooting about the water, and quite a busy start. Lots of dove activity, really quite peaceful. If the cloud does burn off, no doubt it will get rather hot. We are hoping for some further precipitation up here in the last month now of the rainy season up here, the 1st of March, so happy 1st of March to all of you as well, and hopefully a good month lying ahead. Blacksmith lapwings as well, getting vocal. Lovely to kickstart with some activity. Good morning, Sharon. I'm sure is going to be another beautiful escape. Thank you very much for joining us. And lovely to kickstart with some action as well. It does sound like there's some Cape Crows further off in the distance too. Make them out quite softly. No doubt they will get louder, and they will have lots to talk about at some point throughout the course of the day. But great that we do have all of this activity for the moment. A nice way to kickstart our escape to nature. Morning, Jerome. And yes, we do, and in particular with our striped friends that are here, the zebra are rather conflict prone, and they do throw their toys amongst each other, and it can be rather nasty. Lisa the other day did have two stallions that did fight, and one did break its leg. So it goes to show you how intense those bouts can get. They do also bite as well, and sometimes stallions, if they've just taken over a harem, will even kill foals that are present to get their mothers back into estrus sooner. Zebra don't have a set breeding season. They breed and drop foals throughout the course of the year, the gestation period of around 360 to around 390 odd days, so roughly a year or so that it takes for a foal to develop. You can see some of the wildebeest in the background. Every now and then they also get a little bit argy-bargy with each other. A couple of baloos that we see with them. But impala, obviously, when they rut, of course, there'll also be a bit of conflict then as well. But nice numbers of zebra at the moment. Hopefully those wildebeest will come and join them as well. And we'll just have to wait and see. Perhaps we might get some of that conflict today. Who knows? We can't script the wild, but we no doubt will have a rather fantastic day. And there's a springbok that has also joined the fray. We'll just keep tabs on what else is coming down and coming to join us as well. Good numbers of zebra coming down. No doubt they will also take over the waterhole at some point. Perhaps we'll also see the Adam storks later too, but we can expect them from around midday. And I'm sure the zebra will be the star attraction up until then. Of course, hoping for others to come through. Always good to see other animals, of course, showcasing the diversity of the area. So nice just to have a good morning check-in, ready with impala, springbuck, zebra and wildebeest. It looks like these guys are slowly starting to move off. We'll just have to wait and see. I'm sure there will be more and more of them throughout the course of the morning though. Once it does start to warm up, perhaps that cloud cover burning off. We'll just have to wait and see how that all unfolds. So it looks like we're going to have to engage patience here for now. The zebra slowly moving off, but a fantastic little insight to their morning for the moment. We'll just have to see he does start moving down towards us, but no doubt we will have a busy day. that I'm quite confident of. A couple of European bee-eaters calling. Zebra braying off in the distance. A little bit windy as well. You can see just the surface of the waterhole getting a little choppy. But nice audio of the European bee-eaters for the moment. So we'll just have to sit back, enjoy, relax, and immerse ourselves in what is going on. Lovely bird audio though for now, and rather peaceful. So that's springbok coming down and joining us. I'm sure there'll also be good numbers of springbok throughout the course of the day. We have been treated to a number of them as well. But this is the first of the bunch for today. Hi Gregory, and we are looking at around the middle of April or so that they'll start to migrate back north, being to the areas that they do come from, obviously in Europe, across even into Ukraine. Obviously different areas of Europe too that they do occur. So from Germany down south to France, the south of France along the Côte d'Azur. I have seen them there. But that'll probably be around middle of April or so. At least from Joburg, that's generally the time. Always try and gauge it on that. But we'll just have to wait and see. Also will depend on rain, also heat.
At Wild Earth, we are dedicated to bringing kids into the wild on our live, free, interactive safaris. Many of you will remember that we used to do this on a daily basis prior to the pandemic. But now, courtesy of our Wild Earth Explorers, we're aiming to take schools back into nature permanently. We'd like to extend an extremely heartfelt thanks to our Wild Earth Explorers who have helped us touch the lives of so many children.
morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope you're all doing very well today, and a warm welcome from Madikwe Game Reserve on what seems to be a very sunny day. It's going to be a scorcher today, and we're going to be operating out here in the northern part. We're just going to stick around at the dam for now, see what birds pitch up, and so far there's a female spur-winged goose that's on the end there. Hello again, everybody. I'm Andrew and I have Rian behind the camera. We're doing very, very well. Expecting a very hot day, but we do have lots and lots of sunblock that is available on the vehicle over here. So definitely need to be prepared for those hot days out here. Yeah. So we're going to stick around here. We're going to just see what's going to happen at the dam. Buffaloes are not too far from this area as well, so hopefully they do come. We did see them here yesterday. And then of course, the general animals, they come down here to drink, like the wildebeest and some zebras, etc. I believe a warthog is just made an arrival. Don't see him at the moment. I'll just see if he does pop out. But yeah, let's do some bird watching. Let's go back to that spur-winged goose over there, and let's just watch it a bit and see what it's up to. Yeah, so there's no shortages of spur-winged gooses out here. At every main waterhole we do see the spur-winged gooses, and they're coexisting here with another goose, the Egyptian goose. Let me take a look with binoculars quickly. We're just going to turn that off. See the warthogs at the back there, they've just now started to come down. See the two warthogs there, 3 warthogs. We classify this as a small sounder. That's a collective noun, just like pigs. Hey, that female warthog that's looking at us, she's actually got quite impressive tusks, if you can see those white tusks just by her snout. And you see how they come in very carefully, these warthogs, because this is pretty much in the center of one of the Pride of Lions territory. And so they really need to be careful coming down to the water, because predators, sometimes they do lie around water holes after a drink and see if any animals come down, and they can potentially ambush them. Now sadly for the warthog, they don't have very good eyesight, so they rely mainly on the smell. But let me tell you, their smell is very good. And often they do smell predators before they even get even close to the area. There's a nice big male warthog, a boar. Oh, here's a big one. Yeah. What's that lying underneath? Is that a jackal in the shade there? Yes, how do we miss that? See there? I just saw the head. Ah, yes. Ah, fantastic. We have a black-backed jackal. It's just laying flat in the shade there. Shame, I don't feel... Well, I feel the need to do it. I mean, the heat out here is very intense. There we go, just sitting up a little bit there, lying right next to a rock. Oh, this is a beautiful jackal. Morning, Kelly. Indeed, caught me by surprise as well. I saw something there earlier on, and I looked with the binoculars, but the head was down. It looked like 2 rocks, so I ignored it. And then I just saw the ears. So the ears are a big giveaway with the animals. And just the shape of a jackal, you can identify quite easily. It would be lovely if this jackal, becomes thirsty and goes down to drink. And we can have a good look at the jackal as well. Okay, let's see what else is about here. Look how much water there is here. So much water. And there's a warthog over there as well. Still drinking. Now you'll notice the body shape of a warthog. It's very similar to the body shape of a rhino actually. You look at the curved back, inward curved back, with the short legs built very close to the ground, a very short neck. Oh, and the blacksmith lapwing wants a piece of the action as well. This warthog is very thirsty. Now, this is also a boar. Still got a bit of growing to do. They can get fairly large, some of the warthogs. The biggest warthog I've probably seen is around 85 kilograms, and you've got to try and put that in relation. So if you go up into the northern parts of South Africa, like the Kruger National Park, and you see a big, heavy male leopard, it's also about 85 kilograms, a big, heavy male leopard. So this warthog is, or the biggest warthog I've seen, is roughly the size of a full-grown male leopard, or the weight, rather. It's interesting that some leopards, they don't hunt warthogs. A lot of them do. I mean, this is a prime food source for leopard, but some leopards, they choose, it's a bit risky, especially leopards that are more on the smaller side, because not all leopards are going to get ginormous. Some of them are, they get to an average size, but some of the leopards get ginormous. So for a heavy male leopard, we'll definitely go for this. But cheetah's unique. You know, big male cheetah will often go after a warthog while it's running. But if a warthog, and warthog have learned this, if they stop and they stand their ground while being chased, then a cheetah is likely to stop dead in its tracks and won't come closer, because a cheetah, being caught on the receiving end of a warthog, it's all over for that cheetah. And I'm sure some of you will remember Ivory from Amakhala Game Reserve. He was sad and later on died from a broken leg. Hello, Mary Ann. You are almost right. Halfway there. So warthogs, they don't have horns. They've actually got the tusks. So just to help you out, a horn is a solid substance made of keratin, which is protein. I just ran past that jackal there. And it's solid all the way through, and continues to grow. And so the tusks of a warthog or a hippopotamus or an elephant, it's made of an ivory. And then, oh, look at that. There's a little bit of bumping into each other there. And then it's hollow in the middle with a tusk. So if you ever do get to see an elephant tusk, have a look in the middle. It's totally hollow in the middle. And that's a definition of a tusk. But yes, for sparring and building strength, male warthogs will spar with one another. They need to just develop the neck muscles, which is very important, not only for fighting other boars, but in the event that a warthog gets caught by a predator, if the warthog has got a solid large neck, it makes it a bit more difficult for predators to finish off. And that might just give a warthog a gap to fight and survive and run away. Now these animals have got no problem fighting. If you had to corner a warthog off, or if a predator has to make a move and a warthog feels it can't get away, it's going to choose to fight. Now, this is a good example of a boar. Now, I'm not sure if you can see from where you are. Look above the tusks. Can you see those little warts? And then just beneath the eyes on the sides are some protruding warts. So the males do have warts, whereas females, they don't have established warts. And that's how they get the name the warthog. So it's interesting that those warts are not fused onto the skull. So if we had to find a warthog skull out here and I showed it to you and it was a boar, you won't see remnants of those warts, because it's not fused onto the front of the skull. Okay, what else is happening? Okay, there's a few young warthogs. It looks almost like they've got very, very impressive tusks just by those white shadings there that you're seeing, but they're actually not tusks. Those are called tushes. So young warthogs, they still need to grow the tusks, but then they're vulnerable without those tusks. So they grow these thick white hairs in the shape of a tusk to confuse predators that they do indeed have very strong weapons to fight with. As they grow older and more mature, those tushes start to thin away. Hey, this is a warthog's paradise here. And you see, I'm just looking at the jackal as well. The jackal's got its head up and is very interested in keeping an eye on the warthogs. A warthog will do a lot of damage to a jackal. And unless a warthog is on death's door and suffering and dying, jackals are going to leave them alone. It's too risky. Oh, it looks like a Cape turtle dove just walking in the background there. This jackal's actually in a very good spot, in the shade, out of sight. Keep an eye on the water, and the water's nearby for drinking. So I don't see this jackal moving off anytime soon. Tina, morning. Well, I've seen a pair of jackal, go after an impala ram that had 2 broken legs. And the story goes that the impala broke both of its legs while running away from lions, and must have stepped in an aardvark burrow or something like that, that the 2 front legs snapped in a very bad place. The impala is not going to survive very long like that. These 2 jackals, they made a move on this impala, and they managed to take it down. Otherwise, it's, rodents. A lot of their diet consists of rodents. They'll eat insects. They are going to eat berries if available, and fruits if available. Makes them omnivorous animals. And often enough, if we find scat of jackal and you open it up, you find hair, you find exoskeletons of insects, and then every now and then seeds from the berries or fruits that they've managed to eat. I think it's much like a fox. For those that are living in areas with foxes, I think they're very omnivorous as well, makes them quite successful. And then of course jackals have been known to scavenge. They're not afraid to scavenge. And they're also not afraid of cheetah. So often if a cheetah is walking through the veld or the bush, and a jackal feels that the cheetah is hunting, the jackal is going to follow that cheetah all the way until potentially catches something, and then takes it away. And I have noticed in the past, when we track cheetah, so we follow footprints until we find the animal. Sometimes you find you're looking at the cheetah footprints and you're noticing that there's always a jackal footprint nearby. And I use them as indicators. So if myself and Rian were tracking a cheetah and we see the tracks of jackal following a cheetah, and then we see the jackal first, we use the jackal as an indicator that yes, this jackal has got sight of this cheetah, and we are very nearby. Okay, let's see what else we can find here. So we had a pale chanting goshawk on the ground earlier on. It seemed like it was eating something, but it managed to fly away, and I haven't seen it since. So some of you might be familiar with Burchell zebra, but then you often hear us talking about plain zebra. So now Burchell zebra and a plain zebra is the same animal. So there was a name change not very long ago from Burchell's to plain zebra. And I believe the Latin name is also changed from the Equus burchelli to Equus quagga. And it's actually an interesting story why they've changed the name. And I think, I don't know too much on the topic, but I know it's quite a controversial one. So I think if you want to give it some research and have a look, I'll do the same. It's very interesting why they changed the name. Look at that plain zebra just looking at that warthog. Very curious. Warthogs are very much busy feeding. Looks like they're just grazing the grass. But often you will find that they shovel the soil. They just lift the surface of the soil up and they try and get to the grass roots. Mainly in winter or droughts we see this. And warthogs in the system are very important for that reason, that they do aerate soil and they promote new growth by shoveling the soil. But then if warthogs are too much in a population, so i.e. a reserve perhaps has limited predators, then warthogs cause a lot of damage and they also make their way under fences. But, you know, the predator factor is always very important in nature because predators will need to control the warthog population, just like everything else needs to be controlled. A nice sighting of that young foal there, growing up quite nicely now. I wonder if they want to walk through here, but the warthog's in the way. I think they're just resting on the side of the shade there. Very peaceful to watch all the nature come to the waterhole here, and it's getting busy. I just see loads of warthogs slowly but surely coming down. Hopefully elephants are gonna become active and come down this way. That would be lovely. Morning, Daniel. Yeah, that's correct. Warthogs are specialists at grazing, and you can actually, when you see animals that are herbivores, you can almost figure out for yourself what they specialize in. So warthogs have got quite a square lip, or a box-shaped lip, if you will, and this is adapted for picking up grasses and so on. And you find the browsers, you look at the teeth structure of browsers, and they have these front teeth which are very adapted for snipping off the leaves, off the plants. For example, like impala, but impala are mixed feeders. They also graze. Good example would be like a hippopotamus. You see how square a hippopotamus's lip is? Also adapted for grazing grasses. Warthogs just caught a fright and they have left. Okay, nice view of this spur-winged goose over here. Look at that. That is pretty. Looks like a female Egyptian goose. I mean, a spur-winged goose. Seeing a few Cape turtle doves that are calling, or the ringneck doves calling. There's a chestnut-fented warbler that we hear a lot here. I haven't seen a chestnut-fented warbler, but I hear them a lot. So very secretive little birds. And another bird that I'm chuffed that we saw out here was a scaly feathered finch. Okay, we're going to continue watching just a bit more. In the meantime, let's go over to Ukukuyo.
And yes, back in Ukukuyo, and we've got a very large herd of wildebeest that is with us. Going to start to leave, a couple of foals with them, or calves. They're also slowly starting getting out of that tawny coloration of theirs when they are born. It takes around 3 months for them to start to become that dark brindle color of theirs. These being the blue gnu, the southern of this blue gnu species, really. One of the larger ones. But you can start to see those calves getting bigger, and as I said, around 3 months or so, they then start to take on that darker color. Another harem of zebra coming down to join, and they'll hang around for far longer. The wildebeest don't need as much water as them, and they don't hang around for as long as the zebra do. There's a black-faced impala, and of course, we have the vocals of the Egyptian geese. So we'll keep tabs on them as well. But the action definitely starting to heat up again. There's another harem of zebra coming through. And it looks like in the distance, a bit of sun breaking through the cloud cover. Quite a bit going on. Blacksmith lapwing now as well. And the audio of the Namakwa sandgrouse that we were hoping for earlier. So very cool to see. Nice to have all of this going on. But actually, that's one of the biggest herds of the wildebeest that I've seen here for some time. Nice to have them through in good numbers like that. Of course, zebra really dominating at the moment. And they will, I'm sure, be the main fixture for the course of today. So still a bit of European bee-eater audio, and the wildebeest slowly starting to move off, but being replaced by our dear friends, the pajama ponies. Looks like 2 separate or 3 separate harems really that have got down to the water at the moment. There's a 4th off in the distance, and no doubt good numbers of them throughout. So we've got those 2 distant cousins as well, just off on the right hand side. The closest relative to an impala is a wildebeest. The 2 just sitting there. Impala now at the water, the wildebeest slowly moving off. Hi, Nicole. Thanks very much for your question. Very good question indeed. And the stripes do help with that regulation of heat and temperature. The difference between the black and white kind of causing regulation to kind of happen by itself. So it's noted if you do have white and black stripes, it kind of does create a bit of a breeze or kind of a system along themselves. So that will definitely help. And of course, they are quite dependent on water. So then needing to drink a fair amount, sometimes twice a day, and between 18 and 23 liters of water in a day. But it's the stripe patterning that does then help with regards to heat regulation, kind of causing a transference of air over their coats. Of course, it also does help with insects, also thought toward of biting flies, but they also twitch. Got loose skin, and that loose skin then also helps them with regards to being able to twitch and move off those flies. Also those long tails, you always see zebra flapping those tails about, and sometimes even standing kind of head to rump with a partner, and also then being able to kind of keep flies away from the face. One lone wildebeest still hanging about with the zebra at the moment. There's another one just off in the distance there. Good to have all this action with us right now. So we also have quite a bit going on, but where there's some more interesting action at another waterhole is across with Andrew and Rian, and we're off to Madikwe to see what that is.
Thank you, Alex. Just had a proper look at this bird. Sorry, my binoculars were not on my lap at that moment, so I wasn't looking 100% properly. So that's actually a black stork that is sitting over there. Lovely little view of a black stork. But now we have a nice surprise for you. Moment of truth. What have we found? Wow! Look at this. They almost take up the entire screen, the width of the screen here. Incredible. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cue a moment of silence. I'm going to let you enjoy this and of course ponder any questions you might have, and we're just going to enjoy what we have. This is incredible, yeah? This is incredible. Now, let's count. So all in all, there is about 26 elephants here. So a lot of them are lined up as you're seeing here, but we have some that are on the far sides of us that you can't see at this present moment. But in total, it's about 26. I think, Rian, I think this elephant is going to chase that warthog there. You can see that bull that's walking with his ears open, so he's definitely acknowledged that warthog and giving him a little bit of signs. I'm not happy, don't come here, we are busy. Warthog being very respectful, hits brakes and says he's not going to try and challenge these fellas. I'm going to move away rather. That blue wildebeest. It seems like all the animals want to be included here. Hello Lola, you are right. You are totally right there. So this very family group that you're seeing now is led by the matriarch, who's generally, you know, the oldest individual, who's got the most experience, has got the entire reserve mapped out in her head, and she knows where all the game trails are, where the feeding spots are, and where the water is. And she'll make a decision. She'll see that the herd is getting thirsty and the youngsters are getting tired, and she'll make a call as to it's time to go have a mud wallow and a drink. Yeah, without the matriarch, there's a massive imbalance in a breeding herd of elephants. They really do need leadership. And we find this with any grouping of highly intelligent animals, that there needs to be a leader. And this is where the matriarch comes into play. Goodness, look at what they're doing. They are making a huge mess over there. But it's a good mess. Oh, that elephant's chasing the wildebeest. Yay, that elephant really doesn't like other animals approaching, eh? It's a young bull. You can tell that by his behavior, chasing things that are not really a threat. And often, you know, when we're out here in the bush, we do need to watch those young bulls quite carefully, because they like to challenge the vehicles. And we don't drive away. We never do that. We will even just switch off the vehicle while a young bull elephant is chasing a vehicle. And he will learn that we're not scared and we're not going to budge, and hopefully calms down in that behavior. It's actually a female elephant that was chasing the wildebeest. Interesting that. Ah, Daniel, drink in the bar, hey? Yeah, now this is a prime water source, or a water hole. And, you know, these pub stories often talk about the water hole. Now, we know that elephants come here frequently, not just because they're here and we've seen them, but the amount of game trails coming into here that's been made by elephant. There is a wide veined network of these game trails coming in here, and the amount of dungs that we find around here and footprints every single day and the other signs we see. And sometimes, you know, I highly encourage this, that if you ever do go on a safari and you've got time to play with, yeah, find yourself some shade, pack a little box with your sandwiches in, and really get to know nature by spending time at a dam. And it might take a little bit of time for those animals to come down, but there's always something that you can do. So you can do bird watching in between, you can just scan with binoculars. And if you're very patient, animals will arrive. Ah, that look at that young elephant. Oh, that wildebeest. If I were you, I'd get out of there. Look at that. Look at that. Ah, wildebeest took the gap. Clever man. It seems like these warthogs really annoy these young elephants. Okay, just like that, they're moving on to a different section of the dam now. So what is happening is they were sort of doing some drinking and mud wallowing. Indy Dash, thank you. We could watch this all day. I'm glad that you are willing to participate in this 100%. This is great. Yeah, we've just spotted a buffalo now coming in. Just one single buffalo bull. But I was just mentioning that the elephants have moved onto the different section of the dam. Okay, there's that buffalo bull now. With the wildebeest walking side by side. Yeah, so the elephants were splashing as you saw earlier on, and they're making the water a bit more murky there. And so the elephants, they've moved onto the other side of the dam where the water is calm again, and they can drink hopefully. But I see these young elephants just can't help themselves. They want to be in the water. Fascinating. Look at those young elephants having a good time. So we've just passed sort of 9 o'clock, somewhere around there, and just to see that the elephants are already starting to cover their bodies in mud, we know that it is going to be very hot today. Look at this buffalo, he's getting in there. Oh, elephant acknowledging the buffalo. There's that black stork again. Whoopsie. Look at that. Oh goodness. You see, this elephant is trying to spray the under parts of the body. And they often just kick and kick and kick the water, and it splashes, and it's going to get to all those spots underneath the body that it needs to get to. Look at these young elephants, they're struggling through this clay mud. Okay, so I can hear this communication happening between the elephants. I don't know if the matriarch has given the call that it's time to move on. But just like that, just suddenly they're starting to move now. Let's see if they're going to move off and go away, or if they're going to go onto this far right hand side of the dam, also to get to the water that hasn't been churned up. Look at that young elephant, that is so sweet. Battling along there, see, being guided by the adult behind. It'll actually sometimes pull them out of the mud if they're really stuck and guide them through. And I can promise you, if a baby elephant gets stuck in the water, in the water or the mud, and it can't get out, make no mistake, the adults will come and literally pull it out. Ah, look at this beautiful. They're swimming now. Hi there, Susan. Morning. Most likely that's what is happening here. There's a lot of young elephants here. And because of that, this very herd that you're seeing is going to be extremely protective. And it's not necessarily the adult elephants that are going to try and protect the calf. Sometimes even the above sub-adult range, they also have a very close bond with a lot of the calves over here, and they will help them along the way. So now, of course, between our segments, myself and Rian, we have quite a lot of dialogue going. So we chat a lot about different things. But one of the things that we often chat about is, hey, we haven't seen elephants swimming. And Rian has had some nice exposure to that in the last few stints that he was here. But myself, we hadn't seen elephants swimming. And almost every drive, we're like, still no elephants swimming, still no elephants swimming. But today's the day. On the last day that I'm here at Madikwe Game Reserve, I get to enjoy such a sight. Okay, we've got a little bit of interaction with this young elephant over here. It's just tried to chase the zebra. I also think the elephants know that they want to swim and they want a little bit of privacy, perhaps. Oh, look at this, chasing this wildebeest again. Wildebeest not too bothered, probably used to it. Yeah, and when there's a big family group, we have mentioned there's going to be a lot of calves, so a lot of trunks to fill up with water, in a sense. And I think they're trying to be dominant over the water hole, just keeping the other animals back, so that they can have first dips in the water. And that's just one thing with elephants, they do dominate water holes, there's no doubt about it. Often when elephants come down, everything else is submissive to the presence of elephants coming down to drink. The buffalo bull staring at us, now looking away. Yeah, he's a big bull, this one. He's ginormous, formidable in every way. So some of the elephants have moved off, so we are down to pretty much half of the group now. My goodness, you see the trees moving there, Rian? this dry tree. So elephant is obviously using it as a scratching post, and I just see the entire tree is wobbling. It looks like it could be an old lead wood. Let's just take a look. Okay, so they have stopped for now, scratching up against the tree, but that is one very well used tree post that they're using to scratch their bodies. It is so well polished at the base there. And it's the nearest ideal scratching post for the elephants that is here. So naturally, after a good old swim in mud wallow, they're going to be attracted to that tree. See, the tree's moving. Let's see if there's going to be any interaction between these elephants and the buffalo here. There's that black stork just flying in there. Oh, this is a ginormous buffalo bull. Sits down, shame. That buffalo doesn't trust the elephant walking behind him. He gets up on his hooves and starts to horn the clay. You see that? Yo, he threw it there. So good stuff. Alright, we're going to send you over to Nick in the meantime, who has apparently more than one buffalo. Great stuff.
Good morning from Kariega Game Reserve down here in the Eastern Cape, where we've got another lovely day. My name is Nick and I'm going to be your photo naturalist for today. And it's good to be back. Good to be back at Kariega. And it's amazing how green everything is looking. I mean, you look at the frame of what we're having a look at with these buffaloes here. And it's just an absolute carpet of green. You can just see behind them on the right hand side. You might get a little tidbit today.
So sadly, I did lose Nick there. We will be back with him though momentarily. And our zebra seem to be moving off into the distance now. We did obviously have good numbers of wildebeest as well at a point, so I'm hoping that they also continue to come through, as well as all the zebra. It's still a little bit overcast. Does seem to be burning off. Rather windy, it seems as well. So perhaps we can expect some rainfall later on. Remains to be seen though. I'm sure it will only be something we notice this evening. Very, very cool indeed. Waiting to hopefully see some of the other characters that are around. We've slowly started to pick up on elephant and that again, so it'll be nice to see them. Lovely chorus of the Namakwa sandgrouse though. keep us company right now. One springbok leaving. And that very iconic bray of the zebra. So Patience gear has been engaged. It's quite an interesting color that is being cast right now due to the overcast conditions. But definitely different light perspective and coloration that is present right now. Nice to sit back and enjoy the zebra. Cape crows are getting rather loud. I'm sure they will be quite the fixture today. It does seem like they are rather active in the area at the moment. We'll just have to wait and see who else starts to kind of congregate and then make their way down. It's very peaceful. Nice to just sit back and enjoy the waterhole dynamics and hopefully get some of the other characters through at some point. Hi Thomas, thanks so much for your question. And I would say it's probably the closer related antelope. So things such as kudu, inyala, bushbuck, that kind of loud rifle shot of a snort that they give off to alarm when there are predators about. Definitely rather similar. In particular, I would think kudu and inyala, at least from I've heard. Rather guttural. Lots going on with them. They almost sound very unnatural to them when they are vocal. But for me, inyala and kudu would be the two most similar. So here comes the next harem. The first one sitting here for quite some time, no doubt. We've still got quite a bit of time to spend with them. More impala coming down. Of course, springbok also milling about. And the next harem of zebra slowly approaching. So very cool to see. Lots of activity here. Nice to get that. So it's always quite cool when you hear the zebra milling about in the water like this. Of course, lots of the braying as well. Very cool to listen to that. And nice just to sit back and enjoy 3 species that are with us. Hoping for some giraffe, perhaps some oryx, even the odd elephant at some point today. That would be lovely. I've also started to see some kudu. So it'll be good to see any of them. Nice to get the numbers up once again. But awesome times. And it looks like kind of the baton being passed over in the zebra relay for the next harem to get down and get drinking. Hi Stuart, you would definitely say that that is the case here, and of course where they migrate. So there are 2 populations that also migrate across in Botswana. So that would definitely be the case of harems joining up and kind of forming that super herd or super harem. But in other areas, they don't necessarily migrate. The harems kind of are very segregated, and the stallions then obviously protect those harems rather intrinsically. There can be some rather vicious fights that then do go on. We have seen hundreds, I suppose even thousands of zebra in the last little bit. And that definitely is the culmination of many harems kind of coming together and then making their way down here. There is also that population of zebra that does migrate in Etosha as well. It goes eastward with the rain. And yeah, so that kind of does mean that, there is a kind of joining together, that pooling of resource, if you want to call it that. Many eyes, snouts, and ears, obviously. But then moving towards better grazing when it is about. It does seem to be like quite a muggy day. Clouds really fighting to hold on. The sun not really burning it off just yet. I mean, it is kind of mid-morning, so there's still a long way to go in the day. And the zebra, ever vocal. Very cool to see. And you can actually see here on this one springbok, it's just to the right of us, where its scientific name is given, Marsupial, or Antidorcus marsupialis. And that's because of that patch of hair that does then pop up. And when they start and are any predators about, that white patch of hair kind of extends backwards towards the shoulder blades. Kind of like the opposite effect of what ridgeback would do in terms of ridgeback dogs. Any other animal that would have that as an identifying feature, but it does kind of extend back this white crest. And the hair is rather long there. So we do notice that as well. So that was quite a cool little example of that too. Still lots going on. As I said, a little bit windy earlier. Still the grebe. And still picking up the odd bits of audio with regards to European bee eaters as well. Hi, Silly Goose. It's quite a funny name. I did enjoy that one. And a very cool question. Silly Goose wants to know the difference between a harem and herd. So, really the difference is a harem is an animal grouping consisting of one or more males and then a number of females and their offspring. So, one or the two males that then occur is obviously a dominant male that drives off other males. Also then maintains that kind of herd or social structure within that grouping. If there was a second male present though, it would be subservient to the dominant male. And we also then have younger males, so the juvenile males that were within that group then moving off. And then they form their little bachelor herds. And the females either hang around or they join other groups, or maybe even get poached by other dominant males into their harems. And kind of then does help with spreading of genes and making sure, there is that kind of viability. And there isn't interbreeding. So that is really the definition of a harem, which obviously is different to a herd. And a herd generally is kind of a grouping of animals. In particular, we normally talk of antelope. However, we talk about breeding herds of elephant as well, that are primarily given to hooved animals. And it's normally as they move kind of in a group, and it can be either numerous males or just then run by matriarchs as well. And there isn't that kind of real dominant structure that does happen. Of course, with things such as impala, though, there is a rut. The males then do set up those little herds within little territories and then cover those females. But throughout the year, the dynamic changes with impala in particular. And they do then accept other males in that as well. Outside of breeding season, of course, there also are bachelor herds. But then also kind of congregate together. Lovely to hear the wildebeest calling right now. Wildebeest are animals that obviously are also in herds. They can be dominant males as well. There can also be numerous other males within that herd structure. Depending on the size or depending on the area where we are, kind of can dictate that. For example, also things like kudu, we talk about mixed association and or loose association. And that loose association means that the numbers kind of ebb and then fall off as well. herd of, say, 12 one day, and perhaps that herd might separate, segregate to some degree. Perhaps you'll see little pockets of them afterwards, say 4 or 5, as well as even seeing little bachelor herds of males too. So generally we talk about a herd being a grouping of animals as opposed to a harem with kind of a social structure. So it looks like our zebra are going to slowly start moving off. One springbok just sitting right in front of us right now. So our zebra seems to be moving off, but Andrew has some that have joined him, and we're off to Madikwe to see what those zebras are up to.
Yes, we have some zebras out here at the dam that is very active at the moment. There's a lot of social behavior happening. Some of them are grooming, some of them are trying to kick each other, and others are drinking. The elephants have moved off since, and just like that they've totally disappeared. So they've gone east from our direction. But later on I have no doubt they'll come back, but we'll be in a different area probably. Aren't they just wonderful to look at? It's a very unique style of pattern on the body when it comes to animals in the nature. We often think to ourselves that surely this can't be camouflage. I mean, black and white, the predators are going to see them. But actually it's the opposite way around. Now with the zebras, like right now, they're forming this unit. Now you try and count them quickly. You're not 100% sure sometimes. Sometimes you think perhaps you've miscounted some. And so by forming this unit here and all these stripes, it really does make them look like one solid unit. And that's very good adaptation and a good way of dealing with threats and predators. Form a unit and run together with the foals in the middle of that unit. But now you will notice that they look a little bit brown and they have shadow stripes on their back section of their body. So if these zebras were a good distance away, you don't really see a black and white animal, you actually see a brown animal. And that's excellent camouflage for a long distance away. Look at them going right in here. They're a bit nervous. They are fully aware of crocodiles in the game reserve. We haven't seen big ones, but if there are small ones, there has to be big ones also. What we did see in the water earlier on was a water monitor having a bit of a swim. And some of the biggest water monitors I've ever seen in my entire life is actually here at Madikwe Game Reserve. They are huge, and especially around the staff village where we're staying at Jackie's camp. There's some very big water monitors there. Out the water and off they go. They're running off as a unit. Okay, some of them are taking the gallop. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to hear that, but when they sort of start to gallop and they slam their circular hooves on the ground, you can hear it very, very well, much like a horse. Now, in fact, these are related to horses. They are part of the equine family. These are just very wild horses. Now, there's been a lot of chitter and chatter about, domestication of zebra. And we know that, one of the longest domesticated animal in terms of, history is actually horses. Horses have been domesticated for man's use for a long, long time. But now, zebras are a bit tricky in domesticating. Firstly, they're very wild. They are very, very wild, and they do bite and kick and so on. But their back structure is nothing like a horse's back structure, domesticated horse. And if you have a look at these zebra now, you can see they do have a straight back. Okay, now domestic horses have got that concave back, which is much, much stronger. And to actually, put a saddle on a horse and try and ride it like a saddle on a zebra and try and... Oh, look at these two having a serious go at each other. Look at this. Oh, these guys are not playing. They're really going after each other. Yo. And so they try and bite each other on the underparts of their legs. Ooh. Very, very, must be a very sore bite. Yeah, so I was just mentioning that if you had to put a saddle on a zebra's back and try and ride it, it doesn't really work because their back structure it doesn't like it. And you can actually damage a zebra's back very easily with too much weight on their back. Okay, so now you did see that this is quite a fair-sized harem, and within this harem, they do stay together, but you're going to have a lot of disagreements within the harem. And much like horses, in a stables environment, you have some that like each other and some that really don't like each other, yet they're part of the same harem. These individuals will naturally try and stay away from each other, but if they make contact, usually it results in fighting, kicking, and biting. Now, if you had to study zebras on Madikwe and have a look at each and every single individual, you will notice that zebras are actually, especially the stallions, are very scarred. Sometimes they've got scars on their flanks, on their back section of their body. Tail can be snipped off, ears can be ripped off, and this is usually from stallions, other stallions. Now, zebras can also be very aggressive to foals, and we find that if zebra has given birth and the foal is not standing up, there's a problem, it's weak, it's attracting unwanted attention, you find that the stallion, even though he's the father, gets very very aggressive to the foal. And I've seen this actually where a zebra stallion was trying to, or it saw a foal sit down, and the foal was battling to stand up, and it was really making a lot of noise trying to call the mother. And the stallion looked at this foal, went up to it, and he was pushing the foal with his snout. The next thing, he turned around and he kicked this foal a good few times, and then the foal laid on its side, motionless. So he actually eliminated that foal because he knew that this foal is not going to survive. Rather get rid of it and try again with that mare or other mares that will hopefully promote much better genetics when they give birth, and that the foal is going to be stronger. But if the foal is not strong and it's attracting unwanted attention, the stallion might very well just kick it to death. Vivian, good question. So the stallion that's sort of the boss of the harem, or the controller of the harem, I mean, you can often see him aside from the rest of the individuals in the harem because he's always watching. Sometimes he's a little bit away from the harem and watching, standing very proud, and you can see that this is a dominant individual. That is usually the stallion. And the way they sort of interact with other stallions is from kicking and biting. So if a stallion had to come along here and try and, you know, want to show interest in this harem, even though there's a stallion that's already here, then the existing stallion, if he's strong enough, he's going to challenge that stallion, and a serious fight is going to pursue. Sometimes it's not easy to watch because they literally bite and kick and bite and kick. And of course, the stronger stallion is going to be the winner, and the weaker stallion is going to run away and try and avoid any further beating. Now, you can't really comprehend a stallion's bite. So if they're able to snip tails off, can you imagine? They would be able to bite your finger clean off the bone, much like they do with the tails. And it's such a clean bite that the bite on the tail just heals very well. And very seldomly does it actually result in death of a zebra. Beautiful animals. They are really big animals. So lions, they can definitely make short work of zebra, but you know, those solitary hunters like cheetah, leopard, etc., they're not really going to go for a full-grown stallion or a full-grown zebra. It is far too risky. And zebras, they often do not show any fear when it comes to cheetah and leopard. In fact, the zebra actually might even chase a cheetah or a leopard and try and chop at it with its front hooves. Sometimes, you know, inexperienced lions, if they manage to go after zebra, they often learn by trial and error that this animal does fight back. And if a lion gets kicked in the face by a zebra, it is not going to be very nice for that lion. Okay, we're going to send you over to the other end in the Eastern Cape with Nick. He has some giraffe he wants to show you.
And welcome back to Kariega. We've got a lovely journey of giraffe here, so we've kind of edged off slightly further away from Scotia Dam itself. Just thought I'd start investigating the surrounding areas. There is a little bit of a wind that started to pick up, and it's starting to take the edge off of the heat. And we've just come to the edge of the open clearing that we can see here, and it goes down, slopes down on the left hand side. You can see we're starting to get that thicket that's starting to develop on the left. So good potential feeding areas for these giraffe. You can see we've got two on the road, one far behind them and another one on the right. There are one or two more scattered to the right hand side, but I can just see one or two more heads down in the thickets on the left hand side. And I'm just kind of biding my time, waiting and hoping that potentially the ones that are in the thicket may come up to the open area here to join the rest of them. morning is definitely starting to progress, and we're starting to edge away out of the morning and more towards sort of the midday hours. And obviously with that there is the potential of these giraffe looking to settle down. And it would be amazing if we could get a whole group of them lying down. So we'll just wait and see. You can see the clouds are kind of coming and going. In the background of the image you can see the Albany thicket in the back there is lit up by the sun, and in the foreground we're in the shadows. But amazing to be back on Kariega again. Kind of did start to chat about it briefly before, but it's amazing to see just how green everything is looking. You know, we've had such good rains over the past sort of week and a half, 2 weeks or so, and all these grasses on the right hand side that we can see, lush to green color. You know, going back sort of 3.5 weeks, when I was scrolling through my pictures, all of these grasses were really starting to dry up a little bit. So amazing to get so much more new green grass growth popping through. You can see we have one giraffe lying down there just behind the one that's standing up. It's playing a little bit hard to get for the moment. Another giraffe walking in the foreground here. See how the wind is ruffling moving through it quite methodically. A nice little spot this giraffe itself here. Remember, in terms of feeding the giraffes being browsers, all of these thickets like this are perfect spots for them to be. I think while this giraffe looks to head down the slope towards these thickets, let's maybe take you across to Alex and see what he's got for us.
So back in Okukuyo, and we've got the first of the Abm storks that have started to come down and join us for today. So we'll have to just wait and see if the numbers start to swell like they have, and of course some blackface impala. Otherwise, patients get very much engaged, and we'll just have to wait and see when the zebra numbers start to pick up again. Of course, wildebeest also hoping on the oryx or gemsbok, and I'm sure we will get some springbok too. And as I say that, here comes a zebra, and no doubt more to follow. And we've got 4 Abm storks at the moment. So lots going on. So, as thought, not one zebra, but a little harem again, kind of pushing those impala away. Still rather overcast, quite muggy conditions, but hazy. Blacksmith lapwings still shouting, we haven't seen the Egyptian geese just yet. Lovely little zebra foal coming down too. And I think from here on out, we're probably going to see the Abram Storks numbers swell quite considerably. I'm actually going to come out for that because it's quite fascinating when they do start swirling around us and then swooping down to land, and you can just see the numbers picking up like this. So it's always quite fascinating to see when animals kind of gather in good numbers. And of course, coming down, you'll notice as they do get closer to the ground, landing gear comes out. Those very long, thin legs, even though Abram storks are rather short, probably the shortest of the stork species, but long legs anyway. Just that's kind of a trait of theirs. You'll just be able to see as they kind of pick out. Amazing to think that we just had 4 of them and really descending in good numbers right now. So awesome to sit back and enjoy this. The impala still there, zebra also still present, and no doubt lots more to happen.
We hope that when you watch Wild Earth, you will fall in love with nature. We know that our explorers share a passion for nature and want to make a difference. Wild Earth Schools is back. Sign up to be an explorer and your subscription will help us reach the future conservationists of our planet. Invest in something that truly matters, encouraging children to care for our beautiful wild earth. Wild Earth Explorers, make a difference.
So it seems that the numbers of storks kind of dwindling at the moment. Not as many as I thought might be coming through to land, although still a good amount of them here. Nice to have 2 black-faced impala rams, of course this little harem zebra, and 1 springbok that has waded right in, and of course the wildebeest that is now walking across frame. So very, very cool to see. Nice to have all of this. I'm sure the Abram storks numbers will swell. This seems to just be the first party of them. So as I was talking about the stork numbers kind of dropping off, they play a new card and more of them descend upon us. And we're coming back out again because it really is quite fantastic being able to watch this aerial show that they are putting on. Just more and more of them. Of course, it is overcast, so we don't get that kind of disco ball effect today, but we have them kind of swooping and swirling around us, and it is rather magnificent to watch anyway. Hi, Elena. So they clearly are present in the area. They are intra-African migrants. So they will obviously move and migrate in good numbers then as well. But clearly here, because of the seasonal kind of flush and bounty of insects that will be around, so that could be anything from alates through to grasshoppers or other invertebrates that they'll then take. And see, this is just a very good area for them. Now, whether this happens every year or not, it might change out. I do not know about that. I actually hadn't heard of it. Like I said, they do migrate into southern Africa during the rainy season, and I assume then pushing back eastwards once they've kind of exhausted resources here. I have seen them in Botswana and in Zimbabwe, as well as in South Africa as well. So they do have a very large distribution as to where they can be found. And then when they migrate back up north, as far west as Senegal, and within that Sahel belt, that savanna belt between the equatorial rainforests and the Sahara, primarily where they'll then focus their attentions next. But very cool. Lovely to see them like this. It'll be interesting to note. And obviously, you'd need to be on the ground for this, but if they all roost in the same kind of colony, if those colonies are segregated as well, and then they spend their time together throughout the day like this. But I do think they kind of have an early morning feed, so probably from around sunrise or so. And kind of feeding, and then coming down to clean, preen, perhaps doing a little bit of foraging as well here. Water as well. More zebra approaching. Very cool. And what we've noticed when the Adam stork's numbers swell like this, the other animals are kind of forced to cut a pathway through them. They don't budge at all. So that's always quite interesting to watch. But you'll notice how many of them are around. Literally, the sky is full with them at the moment. And of course, the landscape becoming fuller and fuller as they land too. And we've got the Cape Crow giving us some audio as well. But just enjoying sitting back, watching as these Adam storks circle around us and then come into land. So very cool. Lovely to sit here and enjoy the descending stalks, but we're off to Nick down in Kariega to see what's going on there.
Yeah, so we've got a beautiful scene here. So we're just kind of on the outskirts of where we were last watching the giraffe, kind of they're about 200 meters to the left-hand side or so. And we've got just a lovely show of abundance and diversity here in Kariega. You can see right in the background there, we've got two eland walking to the right-hand side. Obviously all of our buffaloes. We've got a mother and foal zebra. And soon enough, in the next sort of 30 seconds or so, we should get some giraffe walking into the foreground of the frame from the right-hand side. It's an absolutely lovely scene here. Yeah, here come our giraffes. Look at that. Absolutely unbelievable. So a very peaceful day here on the reserve. See how this herd of buffalo has largely been on the move for the majority of the morning. How they've constantly been kind of moving around this open clearing, doing a lot of feeding. You know, it's definitely not very hot right now, so maybe that's one of the factors that's kind of allowing them to keep moving. You know, if you think about it, largely when you've been here with us at Kariega, but quite often we see a lot of these buffalo starting to settle down. Remember, they are ruminants, so they can still regurgitate food and glean some nutrients from that. It's just been really interesting to watch how today they've obviously decided they're going to keep moving. They did come down to Scotia Dam, kind of had a look around. Remember that one prominent mud wallow is largely dried up, just a little speck of mud there. You know, and the whole herd of buffalo that we have here is probably close to about 40 individuals or so. Maybe there was about sort of 8 or so that came for just a very, very quick drink, and then up they went and moved off to continue feeding. And obviously Murphy's Law, as we panned across to the zebra in the foreground, our little foal in the background looked to have a little burst of excitement there, stretching out the running gear there. But I mean, look how much these zebra pop now in terms of the surrounding area. You know, with everything being so green and that whitish color that they have, they absolutely pop from the surrounding area. So remember, in terms of your photography, there's always that decision of, do you want to shoot a scene in color or do you want to shoot it in black and white? And you can see when the sun does pop out from behind the clouds and shines upon these zebra, how much they stick out. So obviously that leans more towards a color picture. You know, you want your subject of the picture to pop out as much as possible. And you can do that through a variety of different ways. You know, usually your two most common ways will be either light, you know, maybe light on the zebra and the foreground could be or at least the background could be in shadow, or differences in color. You know, those are going to be your more natural types of factors that you could use to isolate that subject that you're trying to photograph. And then obviously once you start to look more technically at your camera, you can use your depth of field to kind of isolate your subject. Remember, a very low aperture of f2.8 or so is going to have a small area in focus, and the background will be blurred a lot more compared to a higher f-stop of sort of f11 or so, which is going to get a lot more area in focus. But remember, that's also going to be quite scene dependent. In a scene like this, of where we've got our zebra, where we've got our buffalo in the back, we want to get a lot of that in focus. So a scene like this, I wouldn't really look to be shooting at f2.8 or f4. I really want to crank it up somewhere closer to f8 would probably be okay. You could always go all the way up to f11 if you liked. And being sort of later on in the morning, approaching those midday hours, there's a lot of ambient light around, so we wouldn't really need to crank our ISO up too high. This time of the day, the subjects aren't really moving too fast either. You can probably shoot ISO 200 or so and you should be safe with that. Because your subjects aren't moving around too fast, they're quite static, your shutter speed also wouldn't need to be too fast. I mean, you could probably get away with about 1/100th of a second, but just to be sure, maybe slightly high, you could go to or sort of a 1/200th of a second or 250th of a second. And I think in terms of the type of weather that we've got, of the sun kind of going behind the clouds and then coming in front of the clouds, you've really just got to sit at a spot and think about what you want. You know, wait for those right conditions to come about in terms of what you're visualizing to try and get. When the sun is behind the clouds like it is right now, you're not really going to be getting too many deep shadows or anything like that. So around the eyes and things like that, it's not going to be cast into those much darker areas. Obviously we saw when we did have the sun and shining sort of throughout the whole area, how much more the zebra would pop from the surrounding area. So that's just a different factor you've got to kind of think about when you're photographing a scene like this. Often before I do try and photograph a scene, it's always nice to visualize what are you wanting to get. And a scene like this, there's so many different things that you could look for. You look at purely the zebra, it's always nice to try and get a close in sort of more portrait shot of mother and foal. You could maybe wait for the foal to come to the front to get a bit of the face of that foal, and you would try and blur out the background because all of your focus would want to be on the zebra. Or conversely, you could kind of zoom out a little bit more, similar to what I've done here, to get more of your sort of animal and environment shot. We can see we've got a whole horde of different species here. Right now I'm zoomed into about 250 mils. We could go even wider to get a lot of the environment in the background to show, some of the Albany thicket and things like that. I haven't done that right now just because these animals are quite a distance away and I feel like we might lose a bit of sort of focus on the animals themselves. They might pop up a little bit small. Charlotte, thank you so much. Thanks for your comment. I appreciate it. It's definitely amazing to be back at Kariega. And like I said, nice to see the whole sort of the transformation of the landscape and just get back into sync with what the animals have been doing here. You know, it wasn't the longest period of time that I was away, but you know, you definitely, when you do spend a good amount of time in an area, you start to think about a few of the animals. You know, I popped past Scotia Dam on the way to have a look at these buffalo and zebra, and it looks like the resident pair of Egyptian geese, that they might have some tiny little goslings, which I'm definitely going to try and show you. But I'm really loving being back here. It's only been a few hours, but nonetheless, it's awesome to be back. So I'm kind of hoping that that wall of sunlight in the back there, that it might slowly shift along towards us here, and we can really see that change in the scene of what something as simple as sunlight can do to your photo. Well, here it comes. Yeah, so you can see exactly what we were talking about there. Look at that difference now between when we had the sunlight, or when we have it now, and when we didn't. So photographically, in a scene like this here, this is maybe a time just to kind of just wait for a little bit, just wait for the animals to shift around. You can see the zebra's not really looking at us, the buffalo are not really looking at us. Earlier on, just before the little zebra foal ran around, didn't get a look to see if it was a stallion or a mare, but that zebra that was by itself, how it had its head really lifted up, gazing across to the right hand side. Remember, we used the rule of thirds there, of that zebra being on the left hand side of the frame. We had the buffalo behind the zebra, kind of adding an extra layer of depth to the photo. And it's all those small little things that add up to create a really striking, evocative type of image. Nice to see so many little buffalo calves doing so well. You can see them moving just in the background behind the zebra. Jason, that's an incredibly good question. Would you be able to photograph in the rain? So it's always a case of risk versus reward. You know, I feel like as a general rule of thumb, you want to protect your equipment. You know, you don't want to damage your equipment. Obviously photography these days is quite an expensive hobby, but if you can, if you are in a closed vehicle, or if you are in a safari vehicle that's maybe got a canopy on, you know, one of those canvas canopies to protect your gear somewhat, 100% give it a crack. You know, if you don't have any of those, I'd maybe just be wary about getting your camera kit too wet. But if you are able to protect your gear, 100%. You can get some very, very different types of images in the rain. You know, if you're scrolling through a lot of your social media platforms these days, you get some amazing pictures of animals during the day, but how many times do you see a zebra or a buffalo or a lion or a leopard in the rain? Not too often, because it's a lot more challenging to get. So largely with the rain, there's two very different types of techniques that you can use. But for both of them, what you want to try and do is, let's say we were photographing these zebras. You would want to try and get a nice dark background behind the zebras, because that's going to help to really accentuate the rain, to make that rain pop, to differentiate that rain. You know, if you've got a very bright background, it's sometimes hard to pick up that rain in your scene. So if you can somehow maneuver to get a dark scene behind these zebras, that would be your go-to. Then in terms of your shutter speeds, that's going to determine how the rain comes out. You know, if you use a very fast shutter speed of, let's say, 2,000th of a second, you're going to really freeze the movement of that rain. Whereas if you use a much sort of slower shutter speed of, let's say, a 60th of a second or so, it's really going to help to capture the movement of that rain. You're going to get a lot of streaking from that rain. So you won't see maybe individual raindrops, but you'll see the kind of the streaks of the rain coming across. It's definitely a lot tougher to use that sort of that slower shutter speed strategy with the rain. So your sort of your hit and miss of that strategy is a lot higher than using the faster shutter speeds. But if you can get it right, you definitely get a very unique type of image. That's definitely something that's still on my list to do a lot more of, is to get a lot more sort of portraits of animals in rainy types of environments. You know, in those conditions, it is usually easier to go for the more sort of portrait types of pictures. You know, when you really zoom out and things like that, it's tough to actually pick up the rain itself. Yes, you can definitely get some of the dark clouds and things like that, but to get the rain itself, you really need to be kind of zoomed in and getting a close-up portrait shot of whatever animal you're attempting to shoot. And you've really just got to play around with it in terms of, you know, the lighting and your shutter speeds and things like that. Obviously, you slow your shutter down even more to like a 10th of a second. You're going to get a lot more movement from the rain. But remember, you need to be very wary of any type of movement from the animal itself that's going to become blurred. And you need your subject to be in focus. You know, remember, you're wanting to get the streaks of rain, but your subject, it's vital that is in focus. Otherwise, you're going to lose the attention of your viewer. But I definitely suggest just getting out there, giving it a crack. I mean, it is sometimes uncomfortable in the rain and things like that, but you will get images in your portfolio that are so unique to the other ones that you have, so different, and even completely different to what other people might have. You know, there's definitely lots of different blog posts and things that you can go onto Google and read that'll go more sort of in depth to explain some of the camera settings and things like that. But I feel like trial and error is always a good way of learning. Just going to zoom out here. A lot of our have started to kind of congregate together. Yeah, what a nice scene. So our buffalo were kind of just starting to go down into a small dip, still feeding, kind of moving slowly in the direction of these giraffe. So remember, where these giraffe are, there's that other scotia tree just on their left-hand side, and between the giraffe and that scotia tree is another waterhole. I haven't been past it since I've arrived back at Kariega, so I'm not too sure of the sort of the status of how much water is there or isn't there, but I would expect with the amount of rainfall that we have had that there should be some rain there, and maybe later on in the day we might see those buffalo heading to that waterhole to maybe drink, or depending upon the condition of that waterhole, roll around in the mud. But lovely to see a little bit of necking going on between these giraffe. But while our buffalo continue to feed and our giraffe playfully neck around, let's take you across to Alex and see how his Abdom storks are doing at the waterhole.
So back here in Okakoyo with our Abdom storks, they've really taken over, and you'll hear the audio of one of the wildebeest as well, that typical GNU sound. There you go. Rather fascinating. Awesome to hear that. Different to the zebra bray that we have been used to over the last few weeks. Really quite cool seeing how the Abdom storks have come through in their droves like this. It does seem that there's a bit of a break in terms of the gathering of those coming to join. That might change. Quite interesting to see how there's kind of two parties. One closest to us on the western bank, or the eastern bank, and the other kind of being on the northwestern side of the waterhole. A little bit of movement with them as well. I think a bit of foraging, some moving down to the water, some going for a drink. A little bit of preening perhaps as well. Looks like some zebra slowly also making their way down. Two pockets of them. Some Cape turtle doves and the blacksmith lapwings that are ever present and calling. I'm going to just take the opportunity to zoom a little bit in. It is a bit windy, so this is probably the extent of where we will get to, but we'll be able to see that movement and the milling about of the Abdom storks as well.
Wild Earth's mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
So one zebra has made its way through this kind of impenetrable Adam's stalk wall. There's two other harems that seem to be considering coming down, getting thirsty, and one springbok that has managed to also kind of find its way through to the waterhole and satisfy its thirst. Looks like one other also on the other side of the waterhole, and otherwise it really is a day of storks and crows. They really have taken over. There's also slowly starting to dip in terms of how many of them we did see a couple of weeks ago. But lovely to have all this action. No complaints. Nice to listen to all the other birds. And of course, enjoy the presence of these storks. So always cool. Lovely to sit back and enjoy the dynamics of this waterhole. Let's back off to Kariega to see what's going on with Nick and his giraffes.
Okay, so we've shifted position. We were talking about that little waterhole and we've started to come closer to that waterhole. This is the same journey of giraffe that we were having a look at earlier, and we have got the most epic view of them. I mean, look at this. We've got some of them necking at the back here. We've got this male right in the front checking us out. I think it looks like a male. Have to see when he turns side on. So we've got 11 giraffes, 12. Two of them have kind of just moved off out of the frame on the left hand side. But I mean, this is amazing. So you can see in terms of the position where we are, the lighting is good here. And this is really just a sensory overload. I mean, it is absolutely beautiful. So you can really see why it's called a tower of giraffe. Look at that, so we can really see the lovely landscapes of what Kariega has got to offer now. So kind of when we were zoomed in a little bit earlier with those buffaloes and that zebra, couldn't really see too much of that thicket. You know, I was talking about if we zoom out, we're going to lose the sort of the focus of those animals a bit much. And lovely now that we've got these giraffe relatively close, that we can zoom out and get a good idea of the surrounding area. And then once again, it's blowing my mind how lush and just how vibrant everything is. I mean, look how contrasting the greens are with the sort of the orangey colors of the giraffe, and then even those little termite mounds in front of them. Look how much those are popping out. So something like that you could definitely incorporate into your photography. And it looks like a lot of young male giraffe in this tower that we've got here. You can see there's a lot of neck swinging and things like that. Almost looks like it's contagious behavior. Andy, in terms of keeping the camera so stable, I've got hands of a surgeon. I should have been a surgeon. They're just rock steady hands. No, I'm joking. I wish my hands were that steady. So I've got the camera settled upon a tripod, and it's keeping it nice and still. So in terms of video, obviously everybody's worst nightmare when you're watching a video, you know, whether it's live TV like we're doing now or a clip that somebody's taken, the worst thing is a jumpy video. So if you are looking to take any sort of higher quality type of video, your tripod for video is the way to go. You know, with still images, with normal sort of photography, you can get away without having a tripod, you know, because you're freezing moments in time. But for something like this, a tripod is going to be quite crucial. And then also, if you have a look at your newer sort of camera bodies that are coming out, you look at all your mirrorless types of camera bodies, you know, within your lenses itself, you know, it's quite commonly known that there is image stabilizing technology in the lenses, and that's been around for quite a few years. But now, in the last sort of 2 years or so, there's been a big shift in stabilization technology within your camera body itself. So they call it IBIS. That's the kind of the acronym, IBIS, IBIS, in-body image stabilization. So you combine the IBIS in the body with the image stabilization on a lens, and you can almost get away with some kind of hand holding for shorter periods at a time, hand holding video. But obviously, just to make 100% sure that you're good to go, you mount your camera on a tripod and you're good to go. You know, you look at that technology of your in-body image stabilization. You know, you look at something like an SLR camera. That doesn't have that in-body stabilization. It's only really going to be your newer generation cameras, your mirrorless bodies that have that. What an absolutely stunning scene. Those giraffe on the right are putting a show on for us as well. You can see how they've got their legs, especially their front legs, kind of braced to the side a little bit, just to help them with a little bit of support. You look at the difference in the posture of those two on the right compared to that giraffe all the way on the left. Look how narrow the front legs are placed of that one on the left hand side compared to those ones that are necking on the right. You know, obviously with giraffe being so tall, they need to stabilize themselves. They can't risk kind of falling down. You know, a big male giraffe is going to be about 5.5 meters tall. I mean, if he had to fall down and most of that blow was on his head, that could be a serious issue. And the lighting that we've got here is absolutely stunning as well. Yeah, so I was kind of starting to say, you know, when you're in a group of people and one person yawns, and it's always contagious, you know, you get a second and then a third person that yawns. This necking that's going on, it's nothing very serious. I feel like it's more sort of playful type of necking, sparring if you want to call it that. But it's almost like two individuals start necking, and then that kind of rubs off on other individuals and they start necking. You can see these two on the left are starting to give it a go now. But what a welcome back to Kariega. As the first day back to Kariega here, this is absolutely incredible. When I was repositioning from our initial spot when we first spotted these giraffe, I did see some warthog. There were two warthog, but they swiftly trotted off, tails up in the air. So you can really see now that we've kind of zoomed into this group of four, that striking difference in color between the oranges and all of the greens. In terms of photographing this scene with so many necks intertwining and going different directions, a little bit more difficult. But it definitely is, I feel like, more of a scene to really just sit back and watch and enjoy. Just be mesmerized by nature, the rhythmic movement of their necks. Lion Larry, in terms of a lot of the species kind of nodding their heads as they walk. And a giraffe, like you say, will do it from time to time. A prime example is zebra as well. They kind of bob their heads up and down as they're walking. So quite often a few of the different flies, you look at botflies and things like that, they look to lay their eggs in the nasal cavities of a lot of different species. And that kind of up and down nodding motion of the head as they are walking, kind of they're looking to dislodge a lot of those eggs. You know, I feel like zebra are a prime candidate of that, and often in combination with that they will make that characteristic type of noise, and that's almost made while they're sending vibrations through the nasal cavity itself, also to try and dislodge those eggs. Look at those giraffe on the right. Look at that. Look at the posture of those back legs of that giraffe, really bracing itself there. So in terms of what's happening here, like we said, this is more of just a general sparring amongst individuals. They look all kind of a similar age. So one of the other things we might see is the potential mounting of giraffes here. You know, it looks like it's all males in this scene, but you may sometimes see one male mounting another male, and that's more just another tactic of showing dominance upon that other giraffe. This is an amazing scene. See all of that sort of that body jostling of strategic body positioning as well, shifting their weight to the side. If you look at the development of both of these giraffes, you can see the width of the chest, the width of that neck. It all seems quite similar. I think the one on the right is really just standing a bit taller in terms of lifting his neck up compared to that one on the left. But I'd say they're a very similar age. Remember, giraffe living to be around sort of 27, 30 years or so. These two have still got to thicken out quite a lot. A lot broader chests, a lot thicker necks, especially at the sort of the base of the neck meeting the shoulder area there. In terms of coloration, remember males will generally get a bit darker with age compared to that of females. And both of these giraffes still quite sort of caramellish in color. It's amazing watching that sort of low swooping down of the neck and then sort of the inclining movement. Melissa, yes, the ossicones will continue to develop. They will get to a stage of where the two sort of ossicones themselves may stop sort of developing in size. But in terms of aging a giraffe, you can look at those ossicones, and as they start to get a lot older, you know, you think of sort of 23 years, 25 years plus, those ossicones will start to lose a lot of hair. Remember, for your male giraffe, they will also develop what's known as a median horn. They will develop almost like a third horn, not nearly as big and prominent as the two that we can see, but between those two horns, those two ossicones that we can see, and in line with the eyes, slightly above the eyes, there will be a median horn, like quite a prominent bump that'll start to develop as the males mature. Obviously, when the little youngsters are born, it's not bone, it's going to be cartilage when they're born. It would be a bit of a uncomfortable process for the mother if it was solid bone when they were born. And obviously, with age, that'll change from sort of cartilage to bone, so that by the time they get to big, fully mature giraffe, you know, when they are necking, like we're seeing here, and there's a full-on contact, it's a solid hit. I mean, from far away, you can often hear giraffes before you may even see them if they are necking. You know, that in combination with the fact that giraffes are very muscular animals. You know, they've got a very low body fat content, body fat percentage. So the sound of when they are having a full-on fight together is absolutely immense. Solid thud. You know, just looking around here at the surrounding grasses and things like that, it's definitely not sort of wet and muddy and things like that. So we have had some rain over the past sort of few days and things like that, obviously. But it started to dry out already. the giraffe would obviously keep that in mind as well, in terms of making sure that they have sure footing when they are going through processes like necking, like we're watching here. We're just going to stick with these two giraffe for the moment while they are putting on a beautiful display for us. The other four that we were watching earlier, for the moment, have stopped necking, and they're more kind of spectators to these two at the moment. Yeah, we've got one of the younger ones coming over here. Brandon, that's a good question, a creative type of question. So they do have really good eyesight. I mean, I wouldn't put their eyesight up there with something like a big cat, a lion or a leopard, but it's definitely far superior to something like a white rhino. So they do have really good eyesight. But like you say, that height advantage really helps them a lot. A big male being 5 meters, 5.5 meters tall, you combine that with a good eyesight, and you can see why other animals may want to kind of rest around giraffes. Impalas and things like that. It's just an added security really for them. And I've been listening carefully for any types of vocalizations or communications, but I mean, largely for the giraffe, you don't really hear all too much communication coming from them. They are able to make noise. They're definitely not mute. But they're not vocal animals really at the same time. In terms of that sort of the eyesight and the height advantage and things like that, if they did have to spot a potential threat like a lion or something, it's not like a alarm call is given off like what an impala would do, which ripples through the group. It's more of a stop and stare. If they were feeding, they'd stop feeding, they'd stare in that direction. More than likely the whole group, the whole tower of giraffe would come together, kind of join forces, help to just kind of console each other and comfort each other. So it's more of a type of body language that's given off between them. Our other giraffe on the left have started to rejoin the little necking escapade here. Look how they're lifting their necks all the way up, particularly that one on the right hand side there. Wow, that is amazing to watch. It's almost like he's prepping for the hit. See how he's kind of lifting his head up like that? Remember, for the giraffes, they've got highly developed sort of axis and atlas joints at the top of the spinal column itself, allowing them to kind of lift their head straight up like that at an angle that's kind of far superior to a lot of other animals. So that's going to be more an adaptation for feeding rather than kind of like a position for jostling like we're watching here.
The state of our planet is now critical. Children are the future conservationists, and it is more important than ever that we reach them. By encouraging them to understand nature, love it, and interact with it, we hope that they will want to preserve it. At Wild Earth, we are now able to bring back our Wild Earth Schools program, thanks to our explorers. Thanks to you guys for helping to reach kids from all over the globe and teach them about nature. Wild Earth Explorers, making a difference.
You can see that giraffe on the right is not impressed at all, happy to do its own thing, doesn't need to get involved in any of this jousting. You know, the worst case scenario for a giraffe is to kind of fall down on their side. Very, very difficult to get back up. They've also got poor valves going from the top of the neck to the brain in terms of tapering off blood supply. So when they do kind of fall over to the side, the blood rushes to their head. And that is one of the reasons why when giraffe do sleep, they kind of sleep with their neck up. So while they are kind of jousting like this, they are going to be very careful and sure of their footing, making sure that they don't fall over. I have seen a giraffe come down to the river to drink before, and there was lots of kind of loose rocks, smallish rocks around and about, and then there was a large rock, sort of smooth rock, that the giraffe had to walk across after negotiating those smaller pebbles. And this giraffe kind of splayed its legs out to the side, and it had to go right up to the edge of the water there. And unfortunately, the rock was kind of covered in algae, quite slow flowing water where this giraffe went to have a drink. And unfortunately, when it bent down, and you know they've got that characteristic way of whipping their neck up very quickly after having a drink, this giraffe unfortunately lost its footing and fell on its side, and in the process it broke its leg. And obviously for such tall animals, in combination with something like an injured leg like that, it's almost impossible to get back up. It was an unfortunate ending for that giraffe. It didn't manage to make it. I mean, it was a very unique type of sighting to witness, but a very sad one as well. I mean, if you think of hunting strategies of things like the name of the game is really to flush them over an area where they might slip, where they might lose their footing. There is footage of lions, trying to jump up on the back of a giraffe, but it's quite tricky. They are so tall. Giraffe's got a powerful kick using its back legs, so the lion would have to be very careful. So, slippery surfaces like rocks close to the river, a very sort of shaly area, lots of pebbles, maybe a smooth tarmac of an airstrip or something like that. Lions would attempt to kind of run and flush that giraffe across that sort of gradient, across that slope, that terrain. If it did have to lose its footing and slip, the pride would jump on the giraffe, and that is the sort of the tactic. In terms of, potential threats for giraffes, it's really only going to be lions. I have witnessed once before a coalition of 2 cheetah. They were genetically quite big, 2 male cheetahs, that did look to separate a giraffe youngster from its mother, and they did so successfully. I mean, quite a difficult thing to do. The mother's going to be very protective of that youngster. A lot of kicking with the back legs and kind of the splaying and the stomping with the front feet. Powerful animal, a female giraffe. And these 2 cheetah did manage to separate this youngster from the mother. And incredibly, they actually brought it down. And that's not something that you see or even read of all too often. Cheetah, and it was in an area where there was still a surplus of and an abundance of other types of prey, of impalas and nyalas and plenty of other antelope species. So it was quite surprising to see that. It's largely, more unique type of sighting like that, where sort of in areas of possibly where there might be migrations, and in winter time, in the dry season, when nutrients dry up and things like that, and a lot of your antelope species may move out of an area that predators may look to target. Other types of prey species which they may usually not do. There's that very famous sequence that's been narrated by David Attenborough of a pride of lions. It's I forget which area, but it's in Botswana. I think possibly the southern side of the delta, even moving towards sort of the central Kalahari possibly. Of in the dry season, how most of the antelope species move out of the area, and how that pride of lions is forced to start hunting elephants because literally every other prey species has moved out of that area. And it's only during the winter time, when there's really no other prey species to target, that they look to tackle these elephant. And it's an amazing sequence of it's shot at night, it's filmed at night with no lights or anything like that, only with lightning. But that'll be a story for another day. I think for now, let's take you across to Andrew, who's still at the waterhole, and see what he's got for us.
Thank you, Nick. I hope you're having a good time there, Kricha, and welcome back there. So we are watching still at the dam here. We've had 1 or 2 elephants come down, but very, very quickly. Okay, so still watching some warthogs. Okay, I hope that is much better now. Not sure what is going on with this device of mine. I hope it's better coming through now. So we're watching some warthogs and a black stork over here. We're just waiting to see potentially if that buffalo comes back or some more breeding herds of elephants.
It is just stork galore, and come out a little bit for you to appreciate just how many of them there are. We really are inundated. Cloud cover slowly building. It did look like it was trying to burn off at some point, but the storks have taken over. The clouds seem to be getting thicker and thicker. Perhaps some much needed precipitation to be expected a bit later on. However, let me just come back a little bit. The wind seems to have died a tad, but the storks definitely taking over, and they're just about everywhere right now. Some foraging amongst the concrete, that little grebe scooting around as well. A couple of zebra off to the right hand side, one or two springbok here and there. The Cape Crows calling, and life unfolding. So we'll sit here, we'll watch to see if we do get some more stork action. Hopefully some of these closer to us might start milling about, also foraging, picking up any of the other bird sounds, the European bee-eaters that are calling as well, and hoping then for some more mammal life. One or two vocalizations of the Egyptian geese now too. The blacksmith lapwings also joining the vocals for the chorus. Otherwise, we are enjoying all of these storks. So just going to sit here, see what unfolds. Hopefully some more mammal action as I mentioned. Otherwise, storks it will be. So minimal movement from the storks. They're pretty much statues right now. There's two zebras contemplating their best approach to the waterhole. 3 now, perhaps a little harem. That'll break the storks' ranks. But otherwise, this is the scene to be enjoyed at the moment. Cape Crow is still going berserk. Awesome just to see the little grebe as it scoots about the Akakuya waterhole. Hi, Pangolin Pam. Thanks very much for your question. Very interesting. And storks are more closely related to ibises, or at least what I'm aware. Yeah, ibis. And I do just want to double check on something here with regards to differences between cranes and storks. So they are obviously two separate species, and the core differences obviously occur in their taxonomy. Also, their behaviors, their diets, and their lifespans. So, cranes belong to the Gruiformes order, and storks belong to the Caesonidae order. Storks are generally shorter, and cranes are generally taller or bigger. And storks are generally omnivores, whereas cranes are generally carnivores. So those are some of the main differences between cranes and storks. And also, for example, we have spoken about this as well a couple of days ago, with regards to these storks being pretty much silent. And storks aren't necessarily the most vocal of birds. Cranes do call, and they do have awesome calls themselves. Of course, there are different cranes throughout the world. And very interesting calls that they do make, and quite distinguishable as well. Hi, Alana. That's another very interesting observation and question. Do all birds have a courtship display? I'm just trying to think if I know of any that don't, because that would probably be the best way to start. That would be, I mean, of course, most of them do, and of course, they can be rather elaborate too. Things such as the paradise, birds of paradise, and as other birds as well. Some very interesting courtship displays that go on, obviously, with Kori bustards and corons, cranes to some degrees, some of the other little birds, ostriches as well, also having a very interesting courtship dance that they do have. And to memory, there aren't any that really don't. I'm really just trying to rack my mind, and you maybe just need to give me a second just to let me think if there aren't any that don't have any courtship displays or kind of rituals that they may go through to kind of attract females, because it's generally a form of attraction that will also then happen. Some birds also, such as weavers and that as well, have that construction. So I suppose that also goes down to a form of courtship. they are monogamous birds too. So birds of prey, although I was actually reading something the other day that it's not necessarily 100% monogamous. It's roughly around 20% of monogamous birds, or monogamous birds that are at least thought to be monogamous, that actually will take other partners in that process. So that could be weavers as well. And that also then helps with genetic dispersion as well. So it's not to say that they necessarily are 100% monogamous. But that was something I do need to continue reading it. I haven't finished just yet, but it was something that I picked up the other day. I found it rather fascinating that was the case. We do have some zebras that have come through, and I'm still trying to rack my brains to think about if there are any birds that don't have a courtship routine or display, or mate attracting kind of display. Let's call it that, because there could be some difference here. Hi Penny, yes, they really are like a gang. I suppose a mob is probably the best way to describe them. There's a mafia mob of Abm storks that are here. Kind of quite apt if you think about it. Suits and the rest. You definitely wouldn't want them to mail you fish, that is for sure. The mailing of fish obviously happening with the mafia across in Italy. In certain areas as well, being one of the calling cards. Nice to have these zebras. They seem to have parted their way through the wall of storks, or the mob, as well as that one wildebeest that's also come through to join. So very cool. I'm still just trying to think or go through any birds that might not have a courtship, but to my understanding it is all of them that kind of do have some form of routine or ritual when it does then come down to mating, to then attract a mate, or even to continue to secure a bond. And you know, courtship with birds can be anything from dance through song. We did talk about weavers just now, obviously with that nest building. There are a number of other little seed eaters that will also then have those nests that will also be vetted first. Talked about the birds of paradise. And even the Picotaries found up in Africa too. Very famous bird. I suppose other forms of display as well that might go on. A lot's going on. We've had really a hive of activity today. The zebra numbers have started to drop a little bit. The wildebeest numbers picked up though. So it's interesting to see, how there is kind of that transference between the species, and how the diversity as well changes up from day to day, week to week, month to month. And I suppose to some degree you could even call year to year. It does really depend on the season and what might be going on in that season. Drought and rain, the amount of rain as well, also being indicators for that. And we also now have that blacksmith lapwing that is calling too. So after racking my mind, I don't think that there aren't any birds that don't have some form of courtship display or ritual. All of them do, but it varies to some degree across the different species. And sometimes it might also just be the cementing of a bond between two very well bonded birds, such as birds of prey. So it could be that as well. It could even be with the Egyptian geese as well. They'll both kind of have a courtship kind of routine that they would go through that would then cement that bond. Of course, the geese are seasonal breeders too, so that perhaps is also why majority of birds also have a specific time of the year where they're nesting. For example, birds that remain and birds of prey that remain here in the southern part of Africa. So some eagles will choose to nest kind of towards the end of winter, just before the migratory birds get back. And that is obviously to avoid competition. And there's an increased amount of other migratory birds prey that might be around. So that could be tawny eagles, of course nesting then before the Wahlberg's eagles, and lesser spotted, even steppe or common buzzards get back down. So lots of interesting things that go on within the avian world, and I suppose lots of knowledge that we aren't even privy to just yet. And quite fascinating, lots to be learnt.
Thank you, Wildeth, for this absolutely fantastic prize at Matea Safari Lodge at Madikwa in South Africa. I joined the Wildeth Explorer program at its onset in 2019 and have absolutely loved every minute I have experienced in the bush with all the characters of Wildeth, both human and hairy. Thank you again, Wildeth.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself.
So we've zoomed back out just to have a look and see how far the storks have dispersed for now. As I said just now as well, the sun's slowly starting to break through this cloud cover, but I do think that will build. I do think that the wind will also start to pick up at some point, and perhaps this evening a little bit of rain, maybe even tomorrow. That would be rather fantastic. Of course, the area does need it again, and seeing that green flush will also be quite fantastic too. So lovely scenes here across in Ukukuyo, and it's time for us to check in again with Andrew and Rian and see what's going on in Madikwe.
Thanks, Alex. Yeah, I see you having a good time with those Abdom storks. I wonder how long they're going to stick around there for. Sounds like they've been there for quite some time already. So we're just watching a warthog doing some mud wallowing and now dashing off. And there's a
Unfortunately, we did just lose Andrew and Rian there. We're back here with our Adam Storks. Looks like a couple of zebra coming back down. So what we will do is get a little closer, wait for them to approach, and see how the storks might react to that. We'll just have to wait and see how that goes, though. I don't think we'll have too much going on with them. It looks like they might kind of close that divide over here. A lot of them have kind of spread out, moved a little bit further away. To watch how it kind of unfolds, but it does look like there's a little harem of zebra kind of right west of us. Perhaps another wildebeest on the way as well, but let's just wait and see what does start to unravel and unfold for us. And it's quite interesting, obviously, with the amount of storks and these ones being particularly quiet. Someone congregating or gathering in large numbers like this, being relatively mute. You would expect large flocks like this to be rather vocal and loud. And primarily, probably just bull clapping and that does go on. Perhaps even sounds that we can't audibly take in. Perhaps being either too low and not of a frequency that we would be able to register. Looks like some of these zebra are going to come through. I'm hoping that will be the case. It's nice to have action, although it is always cool to have these storks around, but they are rather stationary at the moment. And there is one of those spurfowl, the rebuilt spurfowl that are present up here. Nice to hear them. Been some time since we picked up on their audio, although with all the zebra that have been around of late, that braying kind of knocking the airwaves. It's probably best to keep quiet if you can't be heard over that very loud bray of the zebra. But still lots going on. We've had a nice array of mammal life as well as bird life today as well, so we can't complain. Very cool to have all of it with us. Hi Blake. So in Etosha, where Okakuyo is, yes there are two species of zebra here in Etosha, and this is in Etosha Game Reserve or Nature Reserve. I suppose Game Reserve is actually the best. National Park actually. And in the mountainous areas, and you can see some of the mountains off to the west of us, that is where the Hartmann's mountain zebra resides. And they'll be in smaller numbers, smaller harems. They are also smaller in size than these plain zebra. And these plain zebra being the Damara plain zebra, the Damara subspecies of the plain zebra. Plain zebra being the most numerous, of course, with different races or subspecies within that. And you get the Damara subspecies up here, or race, but good numbers of them. The second most prevalent of the herbivores here in Etosha. And the difference I was talking about there being that this is Etosha National Park, and Okukuyo is this waterhole here in front of the main camp in Etosha. Okukuyo is the main camp. So a lot of where the administration and the rest of the park does occur. It's also the main tourist camp as well. We might hear some of their audio as well. But yes, we were talking about the plain zebra, and they also are the second most abundant herbivore here in Etosha. Just over 15,000 of them. So for those of you who have joined us, we are currently being joined by more and more urban storks. It's always fantastic to see them come down. But if you have just joined us, this is of course a live and interactive experience. If you are watching this on our Apple website, you can also register to ask questions or let me know of anything else you would like to see or even chat about. However, if you are watching on YouTube, please do go and subscribe so that Wild Earth can notify you of all the other amazing content we have. Be sure not to miss out on any of the other moments that may have happened. But great to see some further activities starting to happen. More storks coming down. And it really is quite fascinating seeing really anything in numbers of this size around anywhere. So very cool, and I always quite enjoy watching them as they come down to land. So nice to have this going on, nice to have the action, nice just to be able to immerse ourselves in this experience. Hi Riley. So there are a number of birds that are pretty protective, or rather protective. The Egyptian geese that we see just about every day. We haven't even seen them though yet really today. We've heard them. They are very protective over their young. And it really depends on the predator. When we look at other birds that would be then protective, or even mob other predators. I've seen Birchall's kukels mobbing black mambas. Black mamba trying to go for eggs. Things like ostrich as well, they can also be rather protective, also rather dangerous. Although there's a very high mortality of ostrich chicks and the rates of that as well. The blacksmith lapwings, or lapwings in general as well, very protective. They'll dive bomb other birds or even animals and reptiles that might be going for their eggs that are on the floor. Drongos, for example, also mob birds of prey and even leopards. So it really would depend on also the area, the type of bird, and this is really quite fantastic what's going on now with all this action with the storks. The springbok in the waterhole and these wildebeest approaching too. So it will also depend on the type of predator, of course the area, and obviously then the type of bird. But there is that kind of parental instinct that is there, and I think if the bird did think it stood a chance of being able to protect its young, most birds would then try to do exactly that. Hi, Frana. And I wouldn't be surprised if there hasn't been some form of frustration, but you could argue that the other animals and even birds were frustrated with the number of zebra that were prevalent around as well. But most definitely, these guys obviously have taken over a huge area around the waterhole, and you'll see the animals kind of have to forge their way through and get down. The zebra are pretty nonchalant about it and kind of just kick them out the way. But the others are a bit more cautious, and the springbok kind of dance their way down and through it as well. So different animals obviously have different tactics as to how they go about it. And it's interesting to watch as that unfolds. We have a black rhino that's approaching, and I do want to move off of that. I have mentioned my reasons why in the past, just because there's obviously a high prevalence of poaching that is going on in Etosha at the moment. Large numbers of them lost last year. There was a spike of around 75% in rhino poaching, at least in this reserve last year. And Namibia at its whole, also a very large spike. And of course, if we can avoid any nefarious characters out there that might have tuned in or might be wishing to pass on information to others, that is obviously a good idea. So sitting here, we're trying to avoid watching the black rhino for now. It is great that it is around. Lovely to see it. They are one of my favorite pachyderms. And even animals in the bush. Love having encounters with them. But definitely best to take the spotlight off, even though they are such awesome animals. And that one will definitely be cutting and forging its way down through the stalks. The stalks not standing much chance with regards to that, and you'll see them kind of fluttering over to this side too. So we're currently sitting here enjoying the Adam stalk, some being dispersed by a lovely animal we're not putting on screen for the moment. That lovely springbok that are here as well. It looks like some zebra moving off into the distance. There's still a bit of green down towards the southwest of us as well, which is lovely to see. Nice to still have that all around us. And we're hoping for more rain and some more flush to come through with that. There's an oryx that's also just popped its head through there. And in a moment or two we'll go and have a look to see where they are. But here we go. Here's the gemsbok coming down to where the water's pumped. A clever gemsbok at that. Fresh water available right there. Two of them coming down to enjoy that. So the gemsbok wading into the waterhole a little bit. Let's just see if we can't get a better view of that. There we go. So we've got 4 of them and the springbok here at the moment. Always rather fascinating behavior with them. Oh, there's a wildebeest. Here's our other friend. The non-evil he who shall not be named. Although some people might even think that they can be. But fantastic to watch the oryx. They are fantastic as well. Very elegant, very regal, very beautiful antelope. And the springbok. So very cool. Nice to have all this diversity. Lots going on here. Many more species to tick off the list. And of course, be kind of immersed with these Adam storks. But we're back off to Nick to see what's going on with him in Kariega.
Thanks, Alex. Yeah, so I've repositioned myself here. So our necking giraffe have moved off. And I've just driven slightly closer to that little waterhole, that little mud wallow of where they were. And I've positioned myself quite strategically. So these buffalo have been resting here for quite a while in that spot of where we can see them now. And there has been a little bit of movement. There's been 1 or 2 individuals starting to get up and shift positions a little bit. You can see the ones on the right hand side standing up. I'm kind of hoping we might start to see a little bit more movement from the herd, potentially starting to come to this little mud wallow. Doing a little bit of planning and hoping that the buffalo will read the script and come to this mud wallow for us. So there's 2 sort of choices of vehicle positioning in terms of what I could do. So the waterhole is in front of my vehicle to the left, probably about 20 meters or so. I won't pan all the way across there now. But in terms of the potential shot, I could either line myself up on the game trail that's weaving kind of between where these buffalo are and the waterhole and get them kind of coming more head on if they read the script and do come towards that waterhole, which is always going to be an amazing shot to get them coming more than likely in single file, moving along. What I've kind of rather chosen to do is just position myself a little bit further away from the waterhole, just because the wind is picking up a little bit, which is not going to allow them to hear as well. So I want them to feel as comfortable as possible to come down to this waterhole. And also in the process of parking further away, I may not get them coming directly head on to me, but I'll still be able to see the herd coming down to the waterhole. And then I'll also be in a great position to get some awesome footage when they are in the mud wallow itself. Whereas if I kind of position next to the game trail, I'll get the shot of them heading from A to B, but once they get to the mud wallow, it could be a little bit of a trickier situation. I'll have to start the vehicle, reverse it again. And I think at the end of the day, we want the buffalo to be as comfortable with us as possible. We want to infringe on their movements as little as we can. We want to watch as much natural behavior as possible. So we've read, at least we've written the script. I've had some water, I'm hydrated, we have positioned ourselves perfectly. It is now well and truly up to the buffalo. See slightly on the right hand side of the frame, we've got one of the big bulls there. He's got a nice, beautiful, big spread of horns there. And also quite cool just to have a look at the left hand side of the frame, at the whole sort of entanglement, for lack of a better word. the entanglement of horns there. You can see right in the background behind the buffalo, there's a few impalas as well. Patricia, in terms of overgrazing, I guess it is potentially possible. You know, we are quite lucky, or rather the environment is quite lucky in that a lot of different species prefer different types of food. You know, you look at purely your grazers, something like the buffalo that we're looking at, they really love the longer grasses. You know, they prefer that to the shorter grasses. Obviously now, while we've had all of this beautiful rain, you can see there's a lot of new grass growth that's come through. That's good feeding for them. They're not going to pass up on that. But usually there is kind of like a nice almost rotation amongst the different species of, you know, maybe the buffalo going for the longer grasses, your zebras going for your intermediate length grasses, and maybe your wildebeest going for your shorter grasses. But in years of drought and even in winter and things like that, when nutrients are harder to come by, the possibility of an area being overgrazed, it's definitely possible. You know, you look at something even like an elephant, which he's not purely a grazer, but you know, he's going to be feeding on everything. I mean, they're really classified as ecosystem engineers. I mean, they can vastly and drastically alter the look of the environment. There was actually a stage in Kruger Park, where in northern Kruger, so basically you think of sort of Olifants, Letaba, Shingwitsi, even all the way up to sort of Punta Maria. Many years ago, the management decided to introduce, to basically double the amount of water holes up in northern Kruger, to obviously have a higher likelihood of seeing animals closer to the road. So they introduced a lot more sort of man-made pans and things like that. And what they found was that instead of these elephants moving from the original water holes to the feeding grounds back to the water holes, with this abundance of water that was around, the elephants were basically just moving around the water hole itself and not, you know, almost having a rotational grazing feeding system, if you want to call it that, if you look at sort of farming terms and things like that. And that they were having a massive effect on the habitat in terms of it was being overutilized. So in the end, they closed those water holes down just because of the effect that those elephants were having. Since then, management strategies have largely changed to be more sort of hands-off in terms of not introducing as many water holes and being as sort of hands-on in the day-to-day life and things like that of animals. But 100%, Patricia, there are animals, a variety of animals. Most of the animals are able to sort of contribute to potential overgrazing or overfeeding of an area. But remember, at the same time, nature is incredible. Nature will always find that balance, that sort of equilibrium point. You know, nature's always able to find that balance. In terms of, even if you look at the numbers and the population of some species, you know, in certain years, let's say there may be far too many antelope in the area and your vegetation, your grasses are being overutilized, overgrazed. You know, you can give it a few weeks or months or something like that, and nature will kind of, it just bounces back. It manages to sort the system out and keep those carrying capacities, you know, and then it'll oscillate to years of where potentially there might be too many predators, there might be too many lions in the area in relation to prey species. And then from there, nature will sort it out, and it just always finds that balance. You know, there's always that natural sort of ebb and flow, if you want to call it that. And I guess when you are looking to maintain, or manage rather, is going to be your better word there, to manage a wildlife area, those are all things that you need to keep in consideration. You know, it all starts from the sort of the grassroots level, not to be sort of corny or using a pun or anything, but you look at even your grasses. You know, you're going to get different species of grass which are more sort of nutrient rich, nutrient dense than other species of grass. You know, certain species of grass will, you know, you get your grasses called sort of decreases, which will decrease if there's too much sort of pressure on them from possible overgrazing and things like that. So these are all different factors that need to be taken into consideration. See our buffalo slowly starting to kind of move around a little bit. I'm hoping they're going to get restless and that the pathfinder might lead the herd down to this little waterhole. I've been waiting in this spot here maybe for 20 minutes or so. Quite happy to wait it out and see if they do come down here. I mean, if they do come to this little mud wallow, we'll have an amazing view here. It'll be beautiful. The mud wallow itself is not all too big, so I feel like it might be a bit of a challenge for all 40 or so buffalo to fit in there. But there may come in sort of waves of some going in the water, some kind of having a drink, and then others moving out. You would expect potentially some of your bigger, older bulls, if they are wanting to go in the water, they'll kind of use their weight to get in there and maybe bully some of the others out of the way. But we do still have a bit of a persistent wind. That is maybe kind of keeping them from heading straight to the mud wallow itself for the moment.
Amakhala, a wonderland of natural beauty. Now you can experience it for yourself at the Amakhala Safari Lodge, the perfect safari getaway, where luxury meets nature seamlessly. Enjoy poolside peacefulness and exhilarating safari drives by day, and fine dining with fireside coziness by night. Sign up to be an explorer, and you could stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the Amakhala Safari Lodge.
those smaller little sub-herds are definitely going to be more apparent in some of your massive herds of buffalo. You think of 500, 600, 700 buffalo. Definitely going to be easier to identify than in a slightly smaller group of, 20, 30, 40, 50 buffalo. But I've also been keeping an ear out for some of the different bird species. It's definitely a bit windier today, like we were saying, but I've been listening out carefully. And obviously Trisha's been here at Kariega for the past sort of 10 days, 12 days or so. So I'm not too sure if she heard any, but I was kind of keeping tabs on the cuckoos. And I mentioned to her how over the past sort of week and a half before she took over, how I hadn't heard any cuckoos calling. Now remember, cuckoos are some of the migrant bird species that we get here. So while I was away over the past sort of 10 days, I've got a few friends who live and even guide up in the Lowveld area. And I was chatting to them about if they've been still hearing cuckoos calling and seeing cuckoos flying around, and quite a few of them had. Obviously where we are here in the Eastern Cape is a whole lot further south than the Lowveld. And it would kind of make sense now that we are starting to edge towards the end of summer, that maybe, the cuckoos that we hear, maybe they have started to transition a little bit further north towards the Lowveld area before actually, migrating much further north, sort of intra-African migrants and things like that. We were hearing quite a lot of black cuckoos down here in the thickets. Quite often, Diedrich's cuckoo and Klaas's cuckoo, I was hearing a lot but not seeing them as much. It was almost like a resident black cuckoo that was close to Scotia Dam that would call quite often. See him sitting in the foliage as well. Remember, they've got that very sort of mournful, sad type of call, long drawn out type of call. Yeah, and I guess every time or every season of the year has got its draw points and things like that. Obviously you think of now summertime. What we've got in the frame is a perfect example. Everything's looking good, it's lush, it's green. Your birds, like your cuckoos, your migrants are all here. And as we start to transition out of summer, a lot of our migrant species will start to move out, maybe possibly like the cuckoos have done. But the rain that we've had over the past sort of week and a half, 2 weeks has been great to kind of just give the whole area a bit of a boost. The Albany thicket biome does have a lot of succulents and things down here, which obviously maintain a lot of moisture, maintain a lot of their sort of their colour as well. Like we mentioned, a lot of these grasses had started to dry out, so it is great to see how that bit of rain has just replenished the area. But I think for now it looks like these buffalo are not reading the script and coming down to the waterhole. But I'm going to bide my time and see if they do eventually do that. But in the moment, I think let's take you back across to Alex and see what's happening at the waterhole.
It's Nick, and lots of action still going on. The zebra numbers picking up in the last moment or so. Lovely to have them all coming down again. Nice to know that they all are still in the area. I think perhaps having to disperse a little bit further now, because the grazing obviously getting a little bit thin as the grass kind of dries out. Been some time since we've had some decent rain, but still very good numbers of the zebra around in the area. And we do get rather large harems that come down and join us, and then kind of interspersed with the smaller harems that we then get kind of in between that. It could also be that there's one or two that kind of join up and then make their way down together as well. The dynamic can change up considerably at times. But the storks kind of making their way more to the southwestern part of the waterhole, kind of allowing that game path that leads off to kind of the northwestern area to be rather open and affording these zebra a kind of uninterrupted way down to the water. Not that they really need much invitation to scoot anything out of the way. It really wouldn't be a problem for them. They can be rather boisterous with themselves. So anything else smaller than them will definitely feel their ire. One or two foals that are also still about, and lovely to see them too, and great just to sit back and get confused by the dazzle of zebra that have come down. Hi Henry, and definitely the case in the baboon and vervet monkey world. They definitely discipline their young, lions as well, and around kills too, leopards to some degree too, I suppose cats really, dogs as well, and zebra definitely aren't afraid of discipline, although it could just be bullying as well at times. Elephants also engage in discipline. Definitely marks of kind of displeasure are shown as well. But you know, the amount of kind of treatment and that kind of disciplinarian kind of treatment also does depend on how scarce resource really is. It's something we touch on quite a lot, but you know, if you are obviously having to forage around and expend more energy trying to find food to energize yourself, your temperament is probably going to be rather thin, and tolerating kind of disobedient youth would definitely be something where you would be pushed at as well. But lots going on. But primates in particular, baboons and that, there's always a squabble going on with them. It's always interesting, and they're always great to actually spend time with during a day. So lots that goes on with them. Really fascinating. But it is just as fascinating watching the zebra as they come down. They seem to be rather relaxed at the moment. No one really throwing handbags. But really quite cool.
At Wild Earth, we are dedicated to bringing kids into the wild on our live, free, interactive safaris. Many of you will remember that we used to do this on a daily basis prior to the pandemic. But now, courtesy of our Wild Earth explorers, we're aiming to take schools back into nature permanently. We'd like to extend an extremely heartfelt thanks to our Wild Earth explorers who have helped us touch the lives of so many children.
So the zebra's getting a bit of a spook there and shooting off. Springbok, they're coming through to join them. And what does happen is that when the animals get kind of, they do kind of pull back up and gain their confidence and come back down. So we'll wait to see what happens. The Egyptian geese getting out of the water now as well. I think also trying to distance themselves from the Adams storks. But what we will or should see is the zebra coming back down after that little fright. And then, and here we go, the geese also shooting across the other side. So I think we'll see the zebra coming back down. I'll just have to wait and see, but it does look like that's the case. Won't be the numbers that were here just now, but one or two of them making their way down. Of course, that one wading springbok as well. Hi Chloe, just imagine that if they kind of ran around like Super Mario, ate a mushroom and then leveled up or upgraded. But no, that isn't really the case. Of course, certain foods have higher bits of glucose or sugar within them, so that would be fruits, perhaps even flowers. And of course, they kind of stick to their diets as well. So things like zebra, obviously primarily focused on grass, and they are bulk feeders because of their digestive system. So they'll need to take on quite a bit of grass as well. Not to say that they wouldn't take, the odd bit of fruit or even, shoots, roots, maybe the odd tuber here and there, that being on the grass roots, even the odd flower, depending if those were about. But things such as the springbok that we're looking at right now, a rather diverse diet for them. They are mixed feeders. So they'll also browse, they take little succulents or tubers as well. And they derive a lot of the moisture in certain areas from their diet too. So they'll also graze, they'll take little flowers too. And of course, if there are little berries in that, they'll also enjoy those as well. So it kind of does depend on the diet of the animal itself as to what they'll take. But no, unfortunately, we don't have any gummy bears here, bouncing here and there and everywhere after that gummy berry juice. But just an interesting point to note. So yeah, it really does depend on that variety in diet that the animals will then have to take as to what will then kind of go on within them. Of course, like with human beings and within primates, there's a lot of sugar that's consumed. There's also that sugar rush and crash. It's a natural part of life in terms of digestive systems, and how our digestive systems would then work. Theirs obviously a lot stronger than ours, very acidic. It is noted that if a baboon was to leave a deposit on your car, it is advisable to get that off very quickly because their feces is very acidic. It actually eats away and corrodes paint as well. So not advisable to have them on top of your car, leaving feces all over the show either. Now that also comes down to what they do take. Of course, very acidic things and substances that are also out there. We've got an ellie that's approaching us. Looks like 2 bulls. This is quite fantastic. Lovely to have this. And this is really going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons, for want of a better word. Well, I suppose the ellie amongst the storks, because they will disperse these storks very quickly. They are kind of the magistrates, the royalty of waterholes. And if they aren't comfortable with what's going on, you can be sure that whatever is around that needs to be shooed off will be. So it looks like 3 bulls slowly making their way down. Quite fantastic. Lovely to see the ghosts of Etosha coming down here. So we're just waiting to see, and it's going to be quite interesting because these Ellies seem to be making a beeline for this one grouping of storks at the moment. And I just want to see how this all works out, because those storks are going to have to shoo and part rather quickly to avoid being trampled. You can see kind of as the Ellies approach us, using that one game trail down towards us, how those storks move right out of the way, well aware of the power, weight and prowess of the elephant. Kate, hoorah indeed. Fantastic that they came through. Lovely to see 3 of them. The last time I saw Ellies here was just the one bull, so these guys clearly enjoying company, or presence and company of each other. And very big bulls indeed. Lovely to see them. Awesome to have them in our vicinity. And fantastic that they've come through to join us. But making a beeline straight to the fresh water where it's pumped out. What I will do is reposition the camera shortly. I just want to get all 3 of them here. And perhaps we're going to be looking at Ellie backsides, but fantastic that they will be present with us. And awesome just to sit back, relax and enjoy them. So the one bull clearly having a look to see this guy here on the right hand side, and raising his head up like that. A bit of a warning. A bit of dust bait going on right now. They are really tall elephants. They're known to be some of the tallest, or the tallest elephants in the world. Really special. Lovely to have them here. I'm not too sure if they'll get into the water itself. Perhaps a little bit of spraying going on. It's not the warmest of days. It is rather overcast. It might be quite humid. But definitely not baking down on them. So time to sit back and enjoy some Ellie magic. How long they hang around for, I'm not too sure just yet. But they're going to enjoy a quiet drink, perhaps a little bit of a snooze. We'll just have to wait and see. Awesome to have them here. Lovely to have this presence with us. So coming back down to the water's edge, some more zebra and 1 or 2 wildebeest intertwined with the harem. So lots going on, good activity, and they still have that kind of opening through the stalks down to the water's edge. So lots of action here at the moment. So we have a procession of ponies coming to join us and the zebra. And amazing that they're quite happy to wade right into the water as well. So lovely to see that the zebra also picking up that confidence once again. It looks like a couple of harems have joined each other. It's lovely that the Ellies are with us and also just enjoying a quiet drink. I suppose a little bit of relaxation as well. There was a little bit of a sand bath going on earlier, and I think there'll be a bit of splashing before the sand or dust bathing continues again. So lovely to have all this action. Really enjoying having the zebra come down and approach, and also being confident enough to wade with that conviction into the Okakuya waterhole. Ellie's pretty unfazed by everyone else, just getting on with their business. And the storks kind of happy to just remain as they are. Simpiwe, thanks very much for your question. They most definitely can swim, and in certain areas you see them crossing rivers. They love playing in water as well. So they definitely can swim. They love swimming. They actually are very good at it. Of course, they also have that kind of snorkel ability with those trunks. So when you do see them swimming, if they are crossing rivers, so in areas such as the Chobe, Zambezi, even in the Okavango, if they do cross over, I suppose even in other areas such as Isabi, Letaba, or any of those Olifants, big rivers, if they do have to cross over and the river is deep enough in that section, you'll see them with those trunks out acting as snorkels and swimming across. But very good at swimming, and they do enjoy it. This waterhole at the moment probably a bit shallow for these big boys right now. But for example, we see them swimming quite often in Gari Dam in Djuma. And I did mention a number of the other areas where you will see them swimming as well. Obviously, are others in other areas in Africa as well, where Ellie's swimming is definitely a highlight. It's always fantastic being around water with elephant anyway. It's great to see. Hi, Donna. Yes, they do. And that again just comes down to what they have taken. They obviously have quite a rudimentary diet, a stomach and digestive system. But if they do take on certain things and maybe too much of them, they can definitely be affected. And that will affect their stomach. And of course, leading to runny stomachs at times as well. So perhaps eating maybe too many fruits at one time, or something else that might then lead to them being a bit more acidic or gaseous at that time. And you'll definitely notice it in the dung that they do drop. They do drop dung extensively throughout the day. Of course, eating that amount of food, being bulk grazers and browsers, does lead to them needing the bathroom fairly often throughout the day. But they can be affected by different things. And of course, they can have upset stomachs. So, really lovely to be able to sit here with our bulls. One of my favorite things to do, sitting and enjoying elephants. There's always something going on with them. Always fantastic. Really so majestic. So it is rather fantastic. As I said, lovely just to spend some time with them. Hi Cynthia, thanks for that. Just having a look at how the stalks are moving around here quickly before I get to your question. Lovely seeing the flock move like that. Perhaps being a little spooked there, I'm not too sure by what, but great to see it anyway. And I have a number of very cool elephant sightings that I've been fortunate to have, I suppose, at different periods of my life. But being involved to some degree with regards to the reintroduction of orphaned elephants into the wild was quite fantastic. Being able to spend some time with them, getting ingrained into how elephants really work, and being hands-on with them, that was really quite fantastic. One of the first sightings I actually even ever remember was an elephant funeral, and that was because a young calf had died of anthrax in the Timbavati in Angola, and I must have been around 3 or 4, and lionesses were trying to get to the carcass while the elephants were mourning, and then obviously got rather irritated by that in the presence of predators, so that was rather interesting as well. And the first time I ever actually walked an elephant on foot was when I was the age of 7 along the Sabi River, and yeah, that was a rather interesting experience. I got the fright of my life, so did the bull Ellie at the time. But I've had many very fortunate and lucky elephant experiences. I love sitting with elephants. It's one of my favorite things to do, as I've said. Always lovely when you're on foot and they approach as well. And you get to kind of gauge them too. Of course, not advisable if you have not been trained and if you don't know what you're doing either. But always lovely to sit and spend time with elephants, regardless of the situation. I find just about every situation of sighting with them special. So still just sitting here enjoying these Ellie bulls. Lovely, lovely to see them. Lovely to be able just to switch off and enjoy the wild world. And zebras still thinking about coming down, and the Adams storks ever present. What we're going to do is just sit back and enjoy these Ellies. Fantastic that we have had them come through for us today. You can actually see how much water has been consumed here. Some springbok that have come down. And this waterhole really rather shallow at the moment compared to the level that it was at. And these bulls enjoying kind of walking through. I don't think we'll get them wallowing or anything like that, playing within the water, perhaps a spray. But that will be the most. our wild world. So effectively, you can hear a lion's roar from roughly around 4 k's or so away. It does depend obviously on the other ambient sound, maybe the wind direction, of course, whether it is at night or during the course of the day. And then Ellie, obviously, you will also be able to hear that trumpet is really rather large, rather loud. But I would say a lion, in terms of roar, being able to be heard further afield. So it looks like a little bit of rest at the moment. This guy, there's a big guy really on the right hand side. A very loose, flaccid trunk. Kind of just taking it in. And definitely the most rest these guys will probably have for today. A little bit of splashing starting to go on. Of course they do rest and sleep while they move on. We'll just have to wait and see. But, they do spend around 80% of the day browsing and moving around, 20% of the day drinking, socializing and sleeping. Always lovely to sit back and just enjoy them. Some more zebra coming down. It looks like the cloud cover slowly starting to build up again. A little bit of a break here and there, but isn't really too much wind. I do think that the cloud cover will get thicker throughout the course of the afternoon though. And perhaps we'll have interesting scenes later on tomorrow. I suppose even later on this evening it could rain, but I think a lot will depend on the wind before we can make a call like that.
chillig, das ist alles für dich.
So the Ellie Bulls treating us at the moment. Lovely just to sit back and enjoy a quiet moment with Ellie Bulls. Still quite a bit going on, clearly quite thirsty. And lots of water being consumed by them at the moment. Some zebra moving off again into the distance. There was some springbok as well that made their way down. And what I will do is also just zoom back out again. Good to just keep a gauge on how many storks are about. So it's been quite fantastic to sit here and enjoy all this Ellie action. It's time for us to check in again with Nick and see what's going on down in Kariega.
Sorry?
It's just that on the list.
Yes.
Settled down more than anything else. Just repositioned slightly, but we're still resting here next to that little mud wallow. I feel like it's a matter of time before they do come to the mud wallow. It may not happen right now. But remember, with buffalo being so water dependent, I feel like before they do get up to move around for the afternoon, they will more than likely head to this little mud wallow, either to have a bit of a drink or even to coat themselves in a bit more mud. So I've been happily waiting here to see when and if they do get up. You can see right in the background behind the herd of buffalo, we've got eland, we've got zebra, we've got rhino. So lots of diversity. I mean, even look at this in one frame, we've got two different species of the big five, rhino and buffalo. A little bit of movement happening in and amongst the herd of buffalo here. So that big herd of impalas that we did see earlier, that were initially behind the buffalo, have kind of just been oscillating around this open clearing. Remember, behind these buffalo, or behind and to the right, and I guess from where we can see the rhino at the top of the frame directly to the right, about sort of 300-400 meters or so, that'll be the area of Scotia Dam. So just to give you an idea of exactly where we are. And it's just lovely just to spend a bit of time with the wildlife here at Kariega. So remember, the Scotia clearings where we are is basically the big sort of open valley that's surrounded on all sides by big ridge lines, big hillsides. And as I've kind of just been moving around, having a look at Scotia Dam, having a look at this mud wallow where we're hoping these buffalo will come to. Just been keeping an eye and a sort of having an assessive look at the conditions of some of the different waterholes. You know, with it being surrounded by all these hills, quite often when you do get lots of big rains and things like that, you've got to look out for potential signs of things like eutrophication, you know, where you get lots of nutrients really washing down into an area. But remember, in such a good environment like this at Kariega, we do have a lot of grass cover, we've got a lot of sort of plant growth on the hillsides, which kind of traps a lot of those nutrients in. So it's not like we're having mass amounts of sort of phosphates and nitrates and things like that that are all building up in the lower lying areas here. You know, when that does happen, you often see algal blooms and things like that. But really good to see that we're not having too much of that. Peter, 100%. Yeah, they will definitely rub up against trees similar to elephant. So if you think of the process, both buffalo and elephant will kind of cover themselves in mud, obviously in their own ways. You know, you often find your elephant slapping water on its side using its trunk, whereas your buffalo are more sort of physically rolling around in the mud. But both of them will quite often go up to a tree, rocking backwards and forwards, often, you know, getting rid of that itch. But also that mud helps to kind of cling to ticks. And that process of that physical rubbing against a tree helps to dislodge ticks. So buffaloes will definitely do that as well. You know, and when you do go to a waterhole and you have a look at some of the bigger trees surrounding waterholes, have a look at the height of where that mud is on the tree. You know, you can use that height obviously as a good indicator of which potential species might have been past there. You know, is it something very low down on the tree trunk, like maybe a warthog that's been scratching there, kind of medium height of a rhino or a buffalo, or is it all the way right up at the top there, and it's more than likely going to be an elephant. And even other species, you know, you look at zebras and things like that, they'll definitely do that too. And you'll see a lot of learned behavior as well of little buffalo calves if they do see their mother rubbing up against a tree surrounding one of the waterholes, that once she's done and she's, you know, sufficiently got that itch or tried to get a tick or two out, you'll often see that little youngster going up to exactly the same spot and rubbing up and down against that tree, often not nearly as efficiently and even vigorously as what mom would do, but learning a little bit along the way. And it's always interesting to watch that. So they will more than definitely rub up against those trees. And if you are lucky enough to be able to get closer to those trees, yeah, you must definitely have a good look at those little patches of mud, because you can sometimes see some of the ticks that have become almost like encapsulated in the mud, stuck in the bark of the tree there.
We hope that when you watch Wild Earth, you will fall in love with nature. We know that our explorers share a passion for nature and want to make a difference. Wild Earth Schools is back. Sign up to be an explorer, and your subscription will help us reach the future conservationists of our planet. Invest in something that truly matters, encouraging children to care for our beautiful wild earth. Wild Earth Explorers, make a difference.
Oh, it's a lovely peaceful scene between the zebras and the nyalas here. Just having a look around, I can only see female nyala for the moment. Can't see any males moving around. But you can see how we are closer to the edge of the thicket here. Remember, the nyalas usually preferring those thicker, denser areas compared to the more open areas. You can see we did have a little impala running from left to right there, heading towards the open clearing. So you can really see those shrubs behind the nyala, how they're quite a sort of definite type of shape. So that's it's a lot of browsing action from the various species here that are kind of forming and shaping those shrubs in the back there. You know, nyalas being your browsers, they'll be feeding on that. Kudus will feed on that. It looks like a young male nyala in the center of the frame here, moving to the right. Giraffe will feed on those thickets there as well. So plenty of different species that will create that typical type of browse line, as they call it. Yeah, so with these nyala, you've definitely got to look a little closer. I mean, earlier we were mentioning how it didn't seem like there was any males. And upon closer inspection, that one on the left, if you look carefully, you'll be able to just see some horns poking out. Remember, there are color differences between the males and the females. With the males being the same color as the females for the first few months of life. Generally around the sort of the 14 to 15 month mark, where there starts to become a color transition for the males, going from this rusty sort of orangey reddish color to the much darker color that is so characteristic of those nyala bulls, those nyala males. But a nice sort of scene of a few different species of animals here. Lloyd, the nyala males definitely, they've got more of that characteristic dance that they do, that display, that lateral display, which is actually amazing. You know, it's nice that it's more of like a passive way of determining dominance. You look at a lot of your other species of kudus and impalas and things like that, they generally go straight to physical fighting a lot sooner, a lot faster than what other species will do. So they are the most well known for that little dance that they do. It's one of my favorites to watch that, actually. You know, the males, they raise that white ridge of hair on the top of their back all the way up. The rest of the hair all over the body, they puff that up to make themselves look bigger. You know, you read in a lot of your books, there's been a bit of research done on that. They reckon when those nyalas lift up that hair like that, you know, that pala erection, it makes them look as much as 30 to 40% bigger. And obviously that's a good sort of tactic to have. Make yourself look more impressive, bigger to the rival. Lovely markings on an nyala though. I really like those the little white dots that you find often closer to the sort of the hind quarters, the back legs. You know, the vertical white stripes on the side of the body, quite characteristic of the the family Tragelaphus. You know, you think of the kudus having those vertical white stripes as well. But I really enjoy those little white dots on the kind of the rump. You can see that Nyala on the left hand side. Also got some beautiful spots on its face. It's got two little markings on its face there. And when it does turn the other way, you'll be able to see them there quite nicely. So you can see in the center of the frame there's that little Inyala male that we were talking about. And he is exactly the same color as the females, but from this angle you can see all the way at the top of the ridge of the back he's just starting to get a little bit of a darker ridge of hair. You look at underneath his chest there, almost like his throat area, just starting to darken out a little bit as well. So I would put this male just short of that 14-15 month mark, probably at about a year or so. You know, it's different for each individual. We can obviously use a sort of a general rule of thumb for color transitions and things like that. Beautiful sort of banding, white bands on the inside front legs there as well. Obviously all of those stripes that they do have, being antelopes that prefer generally moving around in thicker areas, that's going to help to break up their contours and their actual shape. So disruptive coloration will be your technical term there. But remember, they'll also walk with their back feet being placed exactly where their front feet went. So that term of direct registering. So that's going to be one of their adaptations for moving around in the thickets to help them reduce the amount of noise that they're making. You know, think about winter in some of the thickets. There's a lot of leaf litter that's fallen to the ground, that's lost a lot of its moisture, so it's dry, it's crisp, and you step on that and it's going to make a very distinct crinkle. They want to reduce as much noise as they can possibly do. So that process of that back foot fitting exactly where that front foot went, it's going to help them a lot. You look at something like Impala, which prefer moving around in these more open areas like Scotia clearings where we are now. They won't have that direct registering type of foot placement, hoof placement. Yeah, no, we won't find any white-tailed deer in South Africa. So white-tailed deer you should be finding over in the States and things like that. Remember, as a general rule of thumb as well, between a lot of the various deer species and the antelope species that we get here, a lot of, all of the antelopes that we find within South Africa will have horns, whereas a lot of the deer species will have antlers. So remember your significant difference between horns and antlers, horns being a permanent thing and antlers being more of a temporary thing, being shed almost annually and a new growth from there. You can see we've got some blesbok coming out in the background there as well now. Yeah, so for a lot of our antelope species that we do find here in South Africa, having horns, they'll mature closer to, or be fully developed closer to sort of 5, 6, 7 years or so. You can see when the sun pops out like this, how these nyala have really got a beautiful glossy coloured coat. They've been looking after themselves really nicely. Our buffalo kind of still resting across to the right hand side. One or two individuals starting to stand up. But everybody looking largely happy with life, settled down like they are. I think these zebras must be absolutely loving life with all of this new plant growth. Remember, they're quite selective little feeders, you know, they've got quite nimble lips, able to selectively choose exactly what they want. As the nyalas we were having a look at have now kind of completely moved off from this open area, heading back towards the thickets there. Not that they've got a fright from anything, but I think it's just more moving from A to B. Just going to pan back across towards our herd of buffalo here. So you can see everybody is still quite happy with life where they are. One or two individuals that have decided to stand up. One can do. You know, not that Kariega was looking dry by any means, but it's absolutely transformed the landscape into just a scene of absolute abundance. You know, and over the past 2 weeks, most of the country has received some really good rainfall. Stacey, 100%. I'm glad you're enjoying the peacefulness as much as I am. Lots of peace and tranquility here. Everything is green, there's water around. Plenty of different species. You know, we've got zebra, nyala, impala, wildebeest, blesbok, buffalo, rhino, eland. Sun's kind of passing in front of the clouds and going behind the clouds. It really is a lovely, lovely day here. And obviously we are starting to edge towards the end of Escape to Nature, so I feel like it might be a scene for this afternoon in terms of these buffalo hopefully coming down to this little mud wallow. Might be a sunset safari fiesta with them. Hopefully they read the script. So in windy conditions like we do have now, quite often you see the buffalo kind of bunching together like they are doing, and kind of really taking their time before they do get up and starting to move. Remember earlier we did mention that I was a little surprised by how long and how late into the morning they did continue to feed. There are one or two of them that have got up and are starting to move around. And this looks like all of them are females. You can see we do have a little calf in there. Remember, females being the pathfinders of the group, determining where and when everybody's going to get up and move. So we do have these 3 adults moving. The rest of the herd definitely looks quite happy to be settled for the moment. That buffalo that we can see on the right hand side, that has, when it looked at us, I don't know if you saw, it's got quite tightly curled over horns. She's often been one of the leaders in terms of determining when the herd may go. You know, you read in different articles and things like that, at least the herd may have one pathfinder or possibly even 2 or 3, which, you know, cooperatively will kind of come to the decision of where and when to go. But that buffalo right at the back on the right hand side is definitely one of the decision makers. Hey Jesse, thanks for your comment. Yeah, I'm so happy to be back. I'm glad that I can bring you a little piece of Kariega again. It's amazing being back here. And stick around with us as we do head in towards our sunset safari this afternoon. Have a look and see if our buffalo do come down to this mud wallow. And you never know what else lie in store for us. I'm sure as the afternoon progresses, the wind will drop down, the animals will come out, and we shall see you there.